Hello, everyone, and welcome to Spirit and Salt, episode number 21. As a reminder, we're without our patches for kind of the foreseeable. He'll be missing at least the next 4, 5, 6 sessions, and we'll revisit after that, see where he's at. We're going to jump right in. Let's do a little recap. Last time on Spirit and Salt, you guys were still on the Isle of Ash, had basically finished everything you had set out to do there, but Ghost still wanted to accomplish a little bit more archaeology, learn more about the settlement and who lived there and how they lived and where they went. Knowing that there was, the potential for some imminent danger, you guys essentially said, we'll do that, but we'll be ready to, fuck off at a moment's notice. As part of that investigation, you had gone into the temple in the center of the abandoned settlement on the eastern corner of the Isle of Ash, through the portal, using some magic trickery to get through, and found a letter addressed to the Queen of Hallowhive, Phaetumeni, from Shioket, elucidating some of the details of this conspiracy arranged between the two of them. And then sent Specs on a little scouting mission to try to see where it was that this letter had been deposited. Discovered that it had been deposited in essentially a hidden chamber attached to the very bed chambers of the Queen herself in the Golden Palace. And inadvertently attracted the attention of some guards, as well as one Cogaturum, the right hand of the Queen. Managed to sort of bamf out of that situation unseen. However, knowing that, someone knew that you were there, a tense little time went by where you kind of expected maybe some people to rush through the portal to attack you, but as Ghost suspected, they can't, because they're not Amber Touch Thrycreen. So you figured you had a little bit of time left to continue your archaeological expeditions. Spent a few hours exploring the settlement, learned some stuff about this place and how they lived and their arrangement with the demons, and some clues about where perhaps they went and why. And in the midst of those explorations, saw off in the distance amassing across the western and sort of central part of the Isle of Ash, hordes of demons moving far more coordinated and organized than they had been before, accompanied by dragonborn and wyverns, seemingly of the Asipu Rimki, as well as a whole-ass dragon, a very ancient one, no less, a huge topaz-scaled dragon that Boss recognized as the same that attacked the Scriptorium, and seems to be the same as the priestess that was in Xerxes' keep. With that, you guys decided it was time to fucking go. Smashed your crystal, went through the door, arrived in Hallowhive, in Jakraush's shop. He told you kind of about the situation there, that you guys are all wanted criminals in Hallowhive now, including Ghost, a criminal now in the only place that has ever been his home. Sent a raven to go fetch the bestiary that Ral had promised Morisco, collected your rewards from Jakraush, all of your NPCs, rescued all these exiles, and Fillard Grimm and Ral and Talania, all agreed to come to the surface with you, with the exception of Chris Akio, who remained with Jakraush to sort of try to continue their sort of criminal enterprise in Hallowhive, making arrangements with Cadence to become something like information brokers about the business in Hallowhive. Before departing, Ghost, seemingly in a state of perhaps mania or depression or a little bit of both, tried to just walk out and go tell the guards about what you guys had discovered, seemingly kind of desperate to have this information about this conspiracy get out to someone, not to just leave without this ever having meant anything. Was kind of talked down, convinced that there were better ways to go about that task. And with that, Fillard Grimm, as promised, teleported you back to the blessed, sunlit, windy surface. Arrived in the city of Lux, the capital city of Seoul, at least the political capital. And introduced some Underdark dwellers to the surface for the first time. People saw the sky and clouds and the sun and trees. Sort of talked to all those people about how they were going to get their lives set up. Did a little bit of just logistics planning, plans for some of you to go to Prospect to see what happened with the body of Pavlo Kalashnik, aka Jules, and eventually proceed onward towards Cherry Falls, where you are intending to be. before splitting up, you guys decided to get some R&R for the night. Fildred Grimm offered to take you guys out for a very nice meal at a nice steakhouse and jazz lounge, get you a night at a good hotel. And spent kind of the back half of the session basically just eating, drinking, and being merry. Dancing, revelry, drinking and chit-chat and gossip and conversations. One piece of all that is that while in Hallowhive, Patches had been handed the shipment that he went to Hallowhive to retrieve, a big box that was to be taken directed to Don Vittorio, the leader of Santi Silenziosi International, the smuggling gang. Cadence, at the request of Patches, helped him pry that box open and found that inside it is chock full with a ton of amber. Truly a fortune's worth of amber that Chris O'Keefe had taken years accumulating, seemingly, pinching it up here and there as she could from the Xanthian church. Decided just to lock that back up for the time being and not really do much about that for the moment. And we ended the session as you guys headed outside in the late night, a little tipsy, to show your Underdark friends the night sky for the first time. We're going to jump in. Before we do, let's do some inspirations. Cadence, for your conversation with Ghost about playing the right move at the right time. Just a wonderful little exchange. The other inspiration goes to Ghosts. There were a couple things I could have given it to you for, but I really liked the monologue you gave when talking to Cadence, the snail metaphor about people and their secrets and their inner selves. Just a nice little Ghost monologue, insightful into him and into the world.
Thanks, man.
Of course. Before we jump back to where we were, I would like to jump back a little bit further in time, however.
Baby boss.
All the flashbacks are boss flashbacks.
I'm ready.
We find ourselves on a quiet street in the black brick borough of Daybreak City. Dingy buildings, barely clinging to survival. Boarded up windows and tattered roofs, permitting the residents an unimpeded view of the green-black smog that hangs in the air. The neighborhood's namesake soot-stained brick streets, oil lanterns sputtering on street corners, the occasional shouts and calls of urban noise from the residents that call this impoverished place home, not all of whom are even lucky enough to claim ownership of one of these run-down homes or apartments. We arrive at one such home. A modest little corner unit that joins with a dank alley, where muddy water accumulates in stagnant puddles, reflecting the first and brightest stars to appear in the early evening sky above. It is the time of day that the engines of industry to the west have begun to cease their incessant churning, and the smog begins to dissipate, allowing for the first time since dawn a clear view of the sky. And it is under this twilit sky, beneath the gaze of the evening's first stars, crouched beside one of these grimy puddles outside this humble little hovel, that we find a 6-year-old Cadence Amato.
Oh.
Though those who know her now would hardly recognize this poor child in the slums of Daybreak City as the refined and fashionable Cadence that we now know. Cadence, would you describe how Cadence looked at 6 years old outside this little hovel in Black Brick?
She looks very different, obviously, not just age-wise. She is smiling, and she's playing in the stagnant water, probably getting mud all up on her fingers and in her hair in places it shouldn't be. She doesn't have any of the scars you guys know that she has today. And she's looking at the reflection of the suddenly clear night sky, which she hasn't been able to see all day in the water when in between her splashing and her splishing.
Amazing. We find you, Cadence, outside your little home where you live with your mother and father, here in the slums of Daybreak City. You spent the day alone, as you often do. When you awoke for school, your father was already long gone for work, and your mother was still asleep. You know she wouldn't mind if you woke her, but you also know how precious indeed is every hour of sleep that she can find between shifts. So you headed off to school and returned home to an empty house. And now, as the evening lulls on, your father has been home for about an hour. From inside, you can smell dinner cooking. There is a roasted chicken and root vegetables. It is a mouth-watering aroma. Such an expensive meal is a rare treat in your house. In fact, any fresh-cooked meal is a rarity for your family. Your father usually coming home from work too exhausted to cook, and your mother arriving home long after dinner time has passed. But today is a special day. It's your mother's 31st birthday. Your father is hard at work in the kitchen preparing a birthday dinner for her, knowing that she'll be coming home from work a little bit early tonight, though she will still probably stop by the church on the way home to pray, as she does most every night. And so we find you out front of your little home, waiting eagerly to hear the sound of your mother's steps coming down the street, splashing and muddying yourself and studying with childlike fascination this murky puddle in front of you, reflecting the sky and the twinkling evening starlight. In your hands, or perhaps not in your hands since they're muddy, but nearby, seated on the ground, you have a little present, wrapped in newspaper and tied with string, that you've been waiting all day to give to your mother. What is wrapped up in this gift for your mother? It could be something that Cadence bought by painstakingly saving up every penny she could get her hands on over the year. Maybe something she made, scrapped together from school supplies. Maybe something she found, a lost trinket from some dark city alley.
I think wrapped up is a daisy that Cadence found at the school in the yard somewhere, growing up through the bricks and through the soot and through the grime. And even though there doesn't seem like there should be enough sun or clean air or anything here for something like this to grow, Cadence found it. She picked it and she's brought it home for her mom.
Your mother loves flowers and has always insisted that you not pluck a flower in such a way as to kill it. So with painstaking effort on your part, you have sort of dug it up with the whole dirt and roots and everything from beneath it in the hopes that perhaps it can be replanted either somewhere outside or placed into a pot or something. And then wrapped it all up in newspaper, tied it with string. It's not too big of a deal if it gets muddy on the outside. It's a little muddy on the inside too. And after a little while of sort of splashing in this puddle and staring at the way that when your little hand hits the puddle, the ripples change, the starlight's reflection cause them to sort of stretch and contract. In your own childlike way, you do this for 5 minutes, or maybe it's an hour, who can say. And then, turning the corner across the street, you start to hear familiar footfalls, and you see your mother approaching. Cecilia is a fair-skinned woman, skinny and slight of frame. Rosy cheeks with patches of freckles under her eyes, long red hair that falls down past her shoulders in soft waves. Green eyes with a glistening brightness that not even the trials of her life have been able to dim despite their relentless efforts. She is dressed in threadbare clothing, a grayish-brown button-down blouse, still wearing her apron from work. And as she rounds the corner and meets your eye, her eyes brighten and a smile blooms on her face. She quickens her pace across the street and picks you up in a warm and tight embrace, holding you in her arms. Says, "I've been looking forward to this all day." Squeezes you really tight.
Mom, I have a present for you.
You do, and she sets you down and sees you go pick up this little package.
Okay, close your eyes.
All right, and she puts her hands over her eyes. Her face is beaming, smiling behind her eyes, or behind her hands.
And I'll put the package in her hands. Okay, you can open them now.
She opens it and slowly unties the twine and unwraps the paper and sees inside this little daisy, almost miraculously resilient, petals still full and thick, little root ball encased in dirt. Tears kind of form in the corner of her eyes. She wipes at them gently with the back of her hand and then crouches down to your eye level and takes you into another long hug. And she says, "Thank you so much, baby. It's beautiful. I really am the luckiest person in the world."
I thought maybe you could take it to the church and plant it there.
She smiles and says, "Yeah, I will." She looks down at it and composes herself for a moment and says, "I wouldn't trade this for all the money in the world." And she looks up from this gift and up to you, and then up at your modest little home, through the window at your father standing over the stove, up at the twinkling stars appearing in the sky, the nearby oil lamps sputtering to life in defiance of the coming night. And when she kind of just looks all around her, she says, "Wouldn't trade any of this." It isn't much, but it's ours. There's no place else I'd rather be. And she takes your hand in hers, and together you two head inside for a birthday dinner that is late and meager and not all that well seasoned. It isn't much, but it's yours. And we move forward a few years in time. Cadence is about 10 or 11 years old now. She's a little taller, a little bit thinner. She's still dressed in ill-fitting and threadbare clothes. Your mother's old hand-me-downs, a shirt awkwardly rolled up at the sleeves, shoes that are 2 sizes too big, but better than the other pair at home that are 1 size too small. We still find you in Black Brick, though you are not outside your home anymore. Now you are wandering the streets, keeping your head low, weaving between alleyways and corners. A poor child wandering the slums of Daybreak City alone, a kind of invisibility more powerful than magic. It is late afternoon, and you are standing under a dank and musty tunnel, looking out at passers-by in the street. You see a police officer pacing on a corner, idly watching over the street for scofflaws and ne'er-do-wells. You see a woman dressed far too nicely for this neighborhood, holding a bright red suitcase in one hand and reading a street sign, seemingly someone who has wandered by mistake into a part of town where she doesn't belong. You see a middle-aged man who has clearly had one too many drinks, sitting on a curb with a half-empty whiskey bottle in one hand, head kind of drooping and rocking side to side, glazed over eyes, occasionally searching the surroundings for someone to pick a fight with. The reason, Cadence, that you were out here today is because you are hungry. The pantry at home is empty. You split the last 2 cans of beans and peas with your father for dinner last night. He told you that he would come home tonight with food after he got his paycheck, but you know full well that in order to be spent on food, his paycheck will first have to survive your father's trip to the casino, a ritual that reliably coincides with his paydays like clockwork. He will come home tonight, either drunk and furious about his losses, or drunk and manic about his winnings. But either way, he will be drunk, and either way, he will have forgotten about his promise to bring home food. So as you've been doing increasingly these days, you've skipped school to take matters into your own hands. Someone out here is sure to have some money, and getting your hands on that money is a skill that you've begun to hone with the sharp efficiency that can only be produced by stark survival instinct. As you scan the street, seeing these 3 individuals, who does Cadence try to extract some money from here, and how does she go about it?
I look at the drunk man, just give him a once-over, and I think to myself, whatever he's got, he's already drank, it's gone. I look to the police officer, and I look down at a gash on my arm that is sure to scar one day. And I think I know better than to choose a target I can't get. So I land on the traveler, who looks like she shouldn't be here, and I approach her.
Okay. You kind of step up in her direction. She says, I'm sorry, can you tell me how to get to Glimmerwick? I think I took a wrong turn somewhere.
Oh, Glimmerwick? Yeah, I can get you. You're a little turned around. You don't want to be in these parts.
Oh, thank you so much. You're awfully kind. Give me a deception check. And do so without any proficiency in deception. This is just straight charisma. You have not yet earned your proficiency in...
just my charisma modifier.
You use your same charisma. Yeah, that's fine.
14.
14, okay. The trick here, you know, from your time sort of honing this skill, even though you're just kind of getting started with that, really is not tricking her. That will be easy pickings. It is doing so without alerting the attention of the cop to come over and tell you to run along and leave her alone. And you manage to sort of play yourself off as, helpful enough and, harmless enough that the cop kind of pays you no mind, paying more attention to the drunk guy over on the street as he starts kind of yelling a threat at somebody. How do you proceed? The traveler seems ready to follow you wherever you will lead her.
I start to lead her towards Glimmerwick.
Okay.
And I just kind of turn back to her. And I've done a pretty bad job at it, but I've done my best to clean myself up and look like maybe I don't belong here either. Maybe it's kind of hard to say. But I turned back to her and I'm like, my family's actually from Glimmerwick. It's a good thing you found me.
No, that is lucky.
What brings you here?
Oh, I'm just visiting. I've got family in Glimmerwick as well. I've never been to the city before, but I've been putting off visiting for too long.
Yeah, it's a great city. You just well, you stumbled your way into a bad spot. I know you said you got turned around, no big deal, but just between you and me, this place is kind of dangerous.
Oh, she kind of lowers her voice conspiratorially. Says, well, thank you for that. I was warned by my sister that there were parts of town that I shouldn't end up in, and kind of had a sinking feeling I'd found myself in one. My lucky day, I guess. She kind of puts her hand on your back and kind of pats your back.
And I keep leading her towards Glimmerwick, just kind of doing my best to sell her that, she doesn't belong here, and I don't belong here either, and I'm just trying to help a neighbor out. Yeah.
On a 14 deception check, let me have her roll insight. She seems to pretty much buy it hook, line, and sinker. She doesn't. It's not the most convincing lie in the world, but she is distracted enough and out of place enough and knows nothing enough that you're able to sort of pull this on her.
Every now and then when we pass by an alleyway or something and I see a group of people I know are innocuous, I'm not going to do anything or intervene. I'm like, ooh, hey, tuck to the other side of the street. I'm trying to keep her away from the rough element.
Love it. How does Cadence transition this into acquiring money from this woman? Or what's her angle, I guess? Is she trying to get her to give her some money and thanks for what she's done? Is she trying to steal something from her?
I'm mostly going for a thank you when I'm done situation. When we get to the edge of the city, I'm just kind of all right, well, I got to stick around here for a little bit longer. My parents aren't home, and I'm just kind of, I don't know, taking it all in, I suppose.
Oh, okay.
Lots of
thank
people
you so much.
Turned around and wind up here. I like to keep the people safe.
That's very helpful. I'm glad I've had a little tour guide. And she opens up her little pocketbook and rifles through and pulls out 2 marks and hands them to you.
Are you sure?
Absolutely. I would be out a lot more if somebody stole the whole thing.
Well, thank you.
And she hands you this money and just thank you very much. You're not enough kind people in the world. She kind of smiles at you and
couldn't agree more.
Gets onto the tram that leads off to the city streets, and you hold in your hand 2 marks. This is enough money to buy food for tonight and even for a few nights to come, maybe even a whole week if you stretch it. So I think with this money in hand, you make your way to a grocer, to a market, and purchase as much food as you can stretch these 2 marks, plus whatever other money you've kind of cobbled together over the course of the week. You've learned that frivolities like fresh meat and fruit are inefficient uses of your sparse funds. Better to buy big bags of dried beans and rice, canned vegetables, perhaps some chicken bones to make yourself a stock. But as you walk through the aisles of this grocer, what is some finer thing that Cadence sees and wishes that she could afford, knowing that she couldn't?
So as she's walking through, counting out in her head what she can afford just to survive, she walks past just a little basket full of fresh vanilla bean, and she pauses for a second, and she thinks back to when she used to have pancakes, and it was always really special when they got the fresh vanilla bean to put in it. And I think she reaches a hand out and tries to just take one on instinct.
You remember your first 6 birthdays. You probably don't remember all 6 of them, but as many of them as you do remember, 3 or 4 of them. Your mother making you pancakes with vanilla, a rare treat. She would make you pancakes from time to time, but the vanilla was reserved for birthdays. Give me a sleight of hand check.
A 12.
12. Roll for the shopkeeper. As you reach up for these vanilla beans, there's a shout from the front of the store. It says, hey, hands off, hands off.
I book it, and I try to just get lost in the crowd.
Absolutely. You run out of there as fast as you can, having not managed to steal any vanilla, but still managing to make it out with a few cans of food that you've absconded with, and also the 2 marks that you did not spend. leaving the vanilla behind. And a short while later, we find you arriving back at your home. Your 2 cans of food in hand. The sun is setting. The first and brightest stars have begun to peek through the dispersing smog. The glimmering light reflects in the murky puddle in the alley next to your front door. You stop for a moment near the door and look down at that familiar puddle. The strange way the distant lights reflect and expand and contract with the ripples. But before long, your stomach grumbles, urging you inside to eat. You make yourself a modest meal, cautious to set aside a little bit of food for tomorrow. You used to always make your father a plate, but he never eats it. Because, as he's told you frequently, the food is free at the casino. Part of the reason, he insists, why it's such a good idea for him to go so often. With enough food in your belly to constitute what your body recognizes as being quote-unquote full these days, a wave of exhaustion washes over you. You make your way to the ratty sofa in front of the wood stove, nestle yourself into one of its corners, and are asleep almost as soon as your head hits the pillow. In the shapeless void of half-conscious dream, you hear a sourceless voice say, "I wouldn't trade this for all the money in the world." You are not sure how long you've been asleep when you are awakened by the front door flying open and slamming into the wall behind it. You sit up with a start as you see that your father stumbles through the door. He is a tall man, thick-necked and muscular, though somehow also a little gaunt in appearance. Sunken cheeks and sallow eyes. He's gone mostly bald, thin, wispy patches of blonde hair surrounding the bald spot on top. The stubble of a week without a proper shave. Deep blue eyes that are glazed over and far away, clouded by a haze of liquor, which, though your father has never said it, you know is also free at the casino. As he stumbles through the door, surrounded by a fog of vodka stench, a mostly empty beer bottle in one hand, he wrestles free his tattered brown overcoat, makes an unsuccessful attempt to place it on the coat rack, and then with one hand on the wall to steady himself, the other finishing the last dregs of his beer, he makes his way to the kitchen without so much as a word to you. Unclear if he has even registered your presence. It becomes clear shortly thereafter, though, that he at least knows that you're home because he shouts out in a barely intelligible slur, "Fucking damn it, Cadence, I told you not to leave your dishes on the table." And there's a sound of a shatter as he sweeps all of the dishes off the table in one broad, drunken gesture and sends them crashing to the floor.
I brought home some food and a little bit of money.
Don't need food, I want my beer. You see him in a manic frenzy throwing open every drawer and cupboard in the kitchen. And where the fuck is it? God damn it, where is it?
I don't know, I didn't touch it.
After about a minute of cupboards and drawers being ripped open, finally having pulled open every possible location in the kitchen where the beer could be hiding, which of course you know he finished 2 nights ago, he finally throws his fist in a fit of rage, punching one of the cupboard doors with a reckless might reserved only for the hopelessly inebriated. The trouble is that the hand that he chose to throw this punch at this cupboard door was one and the same as the hand holding his empty beer bottle, the result of which is a splintering shatter that sends thick glass shards across the kitchen, a few of which end up embedded in his palm and knuckles. He howls in pain, though not entirely capable of registering how much pain he should be in, and crumples down to the floor, clutching his bloody hand, dropping big fat drops of blood down onto the floor between his feet. And there follows a few moments of just tense quiet. And then eventually you begin to hear just a soft sobbing. He kind of buries his face between his hands, his shoulders and his back shuddering with the effort of his tears.
I'll walk over to him and sit on the ground next to him.
Yeah. You sit down next to him and he, barely able to even hold himself the version of upright that is sitting on the floor without collapsing into laying on the floor, leans his head down on you. Says, "I'm sorry, Cadence. I'm so sorry." And he starts just kind of mindlessly uselessly muttering his own name for some reason, just going, Teodoro. Teodoro. It's, jarring to hear because everyone calls your father Teddy. No one uses his full name. No one except for... It's been a very, very long time since you've heard Teodoro. The sound of the name conjures in your ear the phantom ghost of a years-old echo from the voice that used to speak it. But it's not her. How could it be? It's just your father. A crumpled, drunken, sobbing mess on the floor surrounded by broken dishes and blood. Not the Teodoro your mother named with such affection. It can't be. The man muttering his own name on your kitchen floor is a hollow husk of that Teodoro.
I think I sit next to him. My eyes start to glisten. And the only thing in the world I want is to fall apart, but I know that I can't. So I take his hand. And it's okay. Let me look at it. Yeah.
He reaches his hand out to you, still just kind of muttering, alternating between his own name and just, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, Cadence. And you look at it, and it's bleeding, it's cut, it's fairly superficial. In the morning, he won't remember how it happened. In the morning, he'll be so sorry for everything that he did. And this time next week, when he gets his next paycheck, it'll all happen all over again. And we move forward once again, a few years in time. We find ourselves in the bustling streets of Matinac, the beating heart of Daybreak City's business and industry. It is late afternoon, and the streets of Matinac pulse like veins flowing with pedestrians. Businessmen and investors, preachers and beggars and policemen and travelers, 1.5 million people with 1.5 million reasons to find themselves in the greatest city in the world. Cadence, now 13 years old, you have come to find that while applying your trade in the higher society environment of Matinac comes with more risks, it also comes with much greater rewards. Over the last years, you have evolved from shoplifting from groceries and pickpocketing from drunkards to the more finessed art of swindling the well-to-do, identifying the easiest marks on a busy street and intuiting their most exploitable weaknesses. In the end, the result is typically the same, a deftly stolen wallet or a pinched set of keys, but you've refined your craft to more of an art, and the best paydays can sometimes feed you for a month instead of just for a night. It has been a little while since you had a payday like that, though, so we find you now walking down the streets of Matinac, blended seamlessly into the crowd, looking for an easy mark. Please give me your choice of insight or perception, and you are proficient now. And you also may roll with advantage.
Oh my god. 7, they're the same, so 17.
17, okay. Scanning the street, you see a few figures of some interest. There is a businessman walking around with his nose buried in a newspaper, easy prey for pickpocketing. A couple of tourists gawking at the buildings, prime candidates for the old waterworks routine. A man chasing a runaway dog across the street, probably didn't have time to lock his door. But eventually, you spot a man that piques your interest more than any of those. He is a finely dressed man in a pinstriped suit, mountainous in size and shape, probably about 6.5 feet tall and enormous round build to match. Well-trimmed black chin-strap beard, slicked black glossy hair, olive complexion. He's wearing a watch that looks like it's worth more money than you've ever seen in one place. And he's in the process of lighting a giant fat cigar with a match. The fine clothing and the cigar and the watch are what catches your attention initially, but on a 17, what keeps your attention is that he's trying to light his cigar, holding a match to it and kind of shielding the flame from the wind. But despite his best efforts, the wind keeps blowing the match out before he can get the cigar lit. And each time it does, you see him mutter an expletive and angrily kind of slam the matchstick down to the ground before producing another. This happens 3 times, with him growing increasingly angry each time, until on the 3rd time, he reels back and throws the entire book of matches to the ground, screaming an expletive at the top of his lungs that briefly silences the crowd around him. And then, after a quick, what the fuck you think you're looking at? To the closest gawker, he bends over and picks the book of matches back up to try again. You are studying this behavior from nearby. quick to anger, volatile, lashing out because he's embarrassed, not that he would ever admit that, of course. Gets flustered and irrational when he's worked up. These are exploitable vulnerabilities. If you can find a way to get this man sufficiently distracted or sufficiently angry at somebody else, there's no chance that he would feel the wallet leave that oversized back pocket. What do you do? How do you swindle or distract, otherwise exploit this man to get to what you need from him?
What's in my, immediate arm's reach surrounding? Is there anything I could start? His matches aren't working. Is there anything I could start a fire with? Reasonably.
Yeah. I think that probably it's reasonable the Cadence would carry a book of matches. I think you probably just have a book of matches.
Okay, I'll reach into my pocket then and grab my book of matches and I'll just approach him.
Yeah.
Hey, you need a light?
I need a fucking light. What does it look like?
And I'll light the match.
Cool. You light a match and
put my hand over it.
Yeah, you have the good sense to rotate your body such that your body is blocking the winds, which this man did not in 4 successive attempts to light his cigar. He rotates to match you.
While I'm doing it, can I clock does his matchbox have a brand on it? Does it have...
give me a perception check. Actually, you don't need, there's just passive perception. Yes, it does. It's, some name for a matchbook that doesn't, surprise you.
That brand fucking sucks. They don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, I gotta give myself a new pack. He waits for his to be lit, puffs a few times, and then, well, thanks. Has nothing else to say to you. Looks up and kind of turns to the street, puffing on a cigar.
I don't mean any offense, mister, but you look pretty well-to-do. What are you doing with a shitty box of matches like that?
He looks down at you, says, I don't think it's any of your fucking business. Look, I appreciate the light or whatever, but once you get lost, kid.
Sure, whatever. Guess I'll find something else to do with my time. Big, tough guy. Fucking can't light a cigar.
You got a fucking problem?
I didn't until about 10 seconds ago.
Give me... intimidation, I guess.
Little 13-year-old girls scare the meanest people in the world.
Oh,
true.
Oh yeah, bad.
Could she have advantage because she's 13?
It is only a 13.
13. He looks down at you 1,000,000% unfazed and angry. He looks enraged at the way you're talking to him.
Yeah.
He looks enraged in a way that he has no business being enraged at you. You get the sense that nobody talks to this man this way.
Yeah. I think I instinctively tense, pardon me, and I kind of feel some of the scars that I've gotten over the years on my arms. Mm-hmm. And I prepare for the worst, but I have to keep pushing him to where he's not going to notice. What's your fucking problem, guy? I'm just trying to help.
Kid, I'm going to tell you one last time, and this is the last fucking time. Get lost.
No fucking problem. And I shoulder check him as I walk past him, and I try to snag the wallet.
Give me a sleight of hand check.
23.
23? Okay. You shoulder check him enough that he reaches to grab you, to snag you in anger, and you sort of do a roll underneath his arm, deftly grab the wallet, and go scampering off down the street. He yells after you, but he is much slower than you.
You suck my dick, pervert.
With that little line, you believe yourself to be home free, and this could be one of your biggest paydays yet. This is the heaviest wallet you've ever heard. But there is something that you've missed on a 17. Just as you turn to leave, to disappear into the crowd again, you feel a hand snatch you by the wrist.
Your boss.
The hand that seizes your wrist wears a watch almost as fine as the big man's. It leads up past a fine crimson suit to a man about 6 feet tall with skin such deep gray that it's almost black. A narrow, handsome face, short, wavy black hair, a pair of horns that curl back from the forehead, eyes of a pure, fiery red-orange. You've never seen this man before in your life, but soon you will learn that his name is Solomon Dimitri. He looks down at you, grip firm around your wrist, and says, "Young lady, that doesn't belong to you." And you realize with a sinking horror that you have made a grave mistake, one that you're not sure you can wriggle out of this time, missed some critical clues that feel obvious now. The big man was not alone. You see that along with Solomon, another pair of well-dressed individuals are emerging from various spots in the nearby crowd. There is a man made entirely of stone in a white suit, a towering bull minotaur in a fedora and a trench coat. Whoever this man is, he is important enough to have at least 3 bodyguards. As Solomon is grabbing your wrist, the big man is waddling over as fast as he can, huffing. Gets over to you. Says, oh, you picked the wrong fella to fuck with this time, gutter rat. He takes off his overcoat and hands it to Walt, who dutifully takes it and kind of folds it over her arm. He begins to roll up the sleeves of his fine, silky white button-down shirt as he's speaking and says, biggest mistake you ever made in your life, and I'm going to make sure you fucking remember it.
I tense and prepare for the impact.
This is not the first time that you have
Picked a bad mark.
paid the price for your actions. You see that he reaches into his pants pocket and begins to produce what you can see as a set of brass knuckles that are encrusted with gems along the knuckles of them. But before he gets the rest away out of his pocket, Solomon reaches over and kind of gently places a hand on his forearm. Says, Patrick? And without saying anything else, Solomon just moves his eyes across the crowd of people nearby, silently insinuating to Patrick, you now have his name, that there are people watching, and says, perhaps this isn't the time or place for this conversation? Patrick follows Solomon's gaze, likewise taking notice that more than a few people are looking in the direction of this strange scene, having just been yelled at and called a pervert by a 13-year-old girl. You see his angry countenance softens just a little. He takes his hand back out of his pocket, leaving the brass knuckles stowed, and kind of humphs. Says, yeah, it's your lucky day, kid. My man's gone soft on me. He looks at Solomon. Then he reaches out for Walt to hand him his coat and starts putting it on and buttoning it. And as he's buttoning it, he's speaking and saying, fucking guy has demons in his blood. He's still afraid some nobody's going to look at him the wrong way. All right, demon blood, you got a problem with the time and place? She's your problem then. See to it she learns her lesson. And just like that, his coat buttoned, he turns to walk away, accompanied by Walt and Rocky, leaving you behind with Solomon. And even now, even in the sort of intensity and fear of this situation, you can't help but continue to calculate. This man was on the brink of beating a 13-year-old girl in the middle of the street after she called him a pervert. And with little more than a word, Solomon redirected his anger and sent him along his way. Weakness, vulnerability, so easy to manipulate. As Patrick and Walt and Rocky are walking away, Solomon loosens his grip on your arm and speaks up as if he could read your mind, and says, you weren't wrong. He was an easy mark. But you should have been more careful. It's not always about evaluating the mark. It's also about evaluating the situation. What's your name?
It's, Cadence. Thanks for that.
Of course. You're very talented, Cadence. You know, I've seen you around here before.
You have?
He smiles, reaches a hand out, no longer to grab you, but just to shake your hand, and says, Solomon Dimitri. The man you tried to rob today is the leader of an organization called the Symphony. I'm a member as well. Our business is information. We keep track of the goings-on of this city. Business arrangements, gang territory disputes, political favors. Suffice it to say that nothing happens in the city that we don't know about, including widower fathers with hopeless amounts of gambling debt, and clever young women with a talent for exploiting a person's weaknesses. So yes, I have seen you around.
Hey, look, I appreciate you did me a solid, but I'm not looking for any trouble.
Oh, of course not. Trouble walked away when he did, and he looks over at Patrick disappearing down the street. Says, I am not going to offer you any trouble. What I would like to offer you is a job. If you're interested, I think the Symphony could benefit from some of your talents.
What do you mean, like a one-off? I do a job, I get a paycheck, I go home?
No. Well, we would probably start with that, but if you prove me right and make yourself useful, it could prove to be a profitable and long-term position with the Symphony. No more scrounging around in the streets for wallets and begging for handouts. It is a full-time engagement. If you accept, it will not be often that you have the chance to return home. But if you agree, you would be provided with luxury accommodations. You'll never go hungry again while you're with us. You could even have your own apartment if you like. A view of the city. Have you been to the top of a high-rise building? And he kind of looks up.
I look up with him, and I get a little dizzy and, like, step backwards on my feet. I can't say that I have.
The city is beautiful, especially at night. What do you think? You don't have to decide right now. He reaches in a pocket and says, here. And he hands you a business card, printed on thick stock with gold leaf inlay, with just an address and the words, the first movement. He says, if you're interested, meet me at this address at sundown. I will show you where we do business, the kind of life that you could have, and then you can decide for yourself if you prefer that life or if you'd rather go back home to Black Brick.
Okay, I'll think about it. I gotta talk to my dad first. I can't just leave him.
He smiles at you and says, if you'd like, I'll have a word with your father. I have a way with people. I have no doubt that, given enough incentive, he'll approve of our arrangement.
If you want, I can back out of this if I want, right?
Of course. There's no commitment. You are free to come and go as you please. I have the feeling once you see the life that you have earned with the hard work that you have done these past years, you will not be interested in turning back, but you will always be free to. And if you're concerned about your father, he will be well taken care of.
I doubt that.
You'd be surprised. I hope to see you tonight. And he looks down at the card and then buttons his coat and begins to walk off down the street. What is going through Cadence's mind as she stands in the middle of the street with this business card in hand, heart still racing from this bizarre encounter?
Immediate thoughts are, what did I just do? I just got messed up with somebody I know better than to get messed up with. Way out of my depths. This is the gangs of Daybreak that have, been running the city for as long as I can remember, and may have been involved with what happened with my mom. We don't know, and it's just like a whirlwind, and I think I just kind of get a little dizzy and probably tuck into an alley somewhere and just like sit for a second.
Yeah, as you find a little alley to sit and parse these thoughts and think about what you're going to do, whether you're going to go. We move through the streets of Matinac, following the thoroughfares of the city to the address on the business card that you were holding. We arrive at this building, and then we rise up the side and up to its top floor into a window where we see the luxurious private club called the First Movement. It is a swanky bar and lounge and the base of operations for the white-collar crime syndicate known as the Symphony. And as we move through space, we also move forward several more years in time. The doors of the lounge open, and entering we see a few figures. One of them is Kaladin Yarjaret. We have seen him before. He is a wiry, thin, green dragonborn man. Pale green scales, a frill of bony white yellow horns, long, thin snout, almost like a crocodile, button-down white shirt, the sleeves rolled up, suspenders, and a black tie. Accompanying Kaladin, we see someone whose name we have heard a bunch this campaign, but we have not actually seen before, Vanira Osteroth. Vanira is a half-elf with light brown skin, very petite in build, long pointed elven ears. The left side of her head is shaved close and short. The rest of her long wavy black hair is tossed over to the right side and pulled into a small braid. She has a couple simple tattoos, one on the back and left side of her neck, the other just a pair of simple black markings below her left eye. Wearing a pinstriped button-down shirt, suspenders, and a crimson red tie. These two are accompanied by Cadence. Couple more years have passed. Cadence, you're now about 18 or 19 years old, looking much more like the Cadence that we know. Cadence, for the last 5 years or so, you've been learning the ropes of your job in the Symphony. Like anyone, you initially started out fairly low ranking and were relegated to tasks that were frankly beneath your skill set. But you've quickly proved yourself just as capable as Solomon had intuited and worked your way up the ranks. Your mentor and quite literally partner in crime for much of the past 5 years has been Kaladin. He joined the gang only a few years before you, and when you joined, he was tasked with essentially bringing you up to speed, showing you the ropes, teaching you about the Symphony's business and your job. It's partially that he's taken you under his wing, but even more so than that, the two of you have kind of come up together in the gang, both working your way up the ranks side by side, building up a professional rapport and personal trust over the years, earning increasingly significant assignments along the way. As we find you here entering the first movement tonight, you and Kaladin have just completed your biggest job yet, working with Vanera, who has been in the gang quite a lot longer than either of you, already one of the gang's highest-ranking members, on facilitating the outcome of a territory dispute amongst a pair of other Daybreak City gangs. Essentially, two other gangs were in an ongoing dispute over territory, and it would be to the Symphony's advantage for a number of reasons for one of those two gangs to come out on top. Of course, you can't be seen as getting involved, not even by the side that you support. So some discreet information gathering and espionage needed to be accomplished, seeds planted where they were sure to be found, plans leaked to the right people at the right time. Suffice it to say, the plan has gone off without a hitch, thanks in no small part to your own efforts and those of Kaladin. This was your first time working directly with Vanera, who is one of the gang's top brass, so tonight, the three of you have come to the first movement in equal parts to report your success to Patrick, and to celebrate your victory. So as you enter the first movement, you see that Tommy Finnegan, one of the gang's newest members, is at one of the pool tables with a pool cue in hand and old-fashioned resting on the side of the table. Rocky is at the bar, sitting next to Rooster Clayton, who's puffing on a massive cigar. As you walk in, Tommy takes a break from his game and says, "Well, don't keep us in suspense." And Vanera kind of gives a wry smile and nods. Says, "It's done." There's kind of a collective exhale. Rooster goes, "Damn straight. Guess that means we're celebrating." And he reaches over on the bar for a bottle of whiskey. You guys all enter. Vanera makes her way to the bar as well. And as she does, she looks around the room and says, "Where's Patrick?" And Tommy says, "He's out with Solomon and Walt for the City Hall banquet, rubbing shoulders and all that. Kavanaugh didn't want to go to it, but Solomon talked him into it." Kaladin steps over to one of the tables, lights a cigarette, says, "Well, guess we've got the inmates running the asylum. Hey, pour me one, would you?" What does Cadence get up to in this couple of moments? Does she grab a drink? Does she? What's she get up to?
Yeah, I'll take a seat across from Kaladin and I'll look over and say, "Make it two."
Perfect. Rooster nods, starts pouring 2 whiskeys neat. Vanera grabs herself a vodka, pours it into a shot glass, comes over and stands at the table with you guys. Tommy kind of gets back to his game of pool. And for a little bit, you guys just have some drinks, kind of laugh and talk about the job that you've just finished.
So, Kaladin, what are you doing with your cut?
Oh, I haven't quite decided yet. That's the funny thing. I look around this place and feel like I have everything I need, so I think I just end up hoarding most of my money. Is that biological? Tommy says, "Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised." Rooster says, "That's kind of fucked up, Tommy. I think he was joking."
I don't know. I think Rocky eats his, so.
He says nothing, smiles a little bit. He reaches and picks up a silver coin, like a silver mark off the counter, and just bites it and kind of bends it in his mouth and sets it back down, which is the closest thing Rocky has ever done to a joke.
He did it.
Vanera kind of looks at you after a little bit of conversations and says, "Hey, Cadence, I seriously got to say it again. Well done on this. You played Waterman like a fiddle. You made it look easy."
Well, what can I say? I'm a bit of a musician.
She smiles. She says, "That you are. I admire your talents. See, I've got it easy." And she points to the left side of her neck, where you can see that what initially looks like just a tattoo is actually partially a birthmark with kind of a bluish-green sheen to it, telltale mark of a sorcerer. She says, "Magic goes a long way, but you don't have any of that."
I mean, I don't, but don't sell yourself short. I can't do what you do. Dreamwalker.
She shrugs. Says, don't get me wrong. My niromancy is helpful. It's certainly nice to be able to confirm a suspicion with a prophetic dream or seed an idea to someone in their sleep, but there's no substitute for what you can do. Magic isn't as powerful as intuition. You can look a person in the eyes and know just what they need to hear. That's rare.
Yeah, well, I appreciate it.
Sorry, I didn't mean to sit here and suck your dick. I'm just telling you I'm going to put in a good word for you with Patrick. They're wasting your talents putting you on security details. You too. She looks at Kaladin. He nods.
Oh, that would be great. You nice to have Tommy taking up the slack for once.
Hey, come on.
You're playing pool by yourself.
Well, Rooster didn't want to play, and Rocky never wants to play. Vanera takes a sip of her vodka and then lights herself a cigarette as well. And says, "What's your story anyway? Where'd Solomon find you?"
Solomon? He found me on the streets one day.
Well, that is how it happens, I suppose.
What about you? Where'd you come from?
Oh, I've been around Daybreak City my whole life. Just, I got tired of doing things the hard way, I guess.
Yeah, I could see that.
She kind of takes another slow sip of her vodka. She eventually gets up and says, "All right, Tommy, let me show you how this is done." Goes over to play pool with Tommy, and Kaladin looks over at you and says, "Well, kid, I think we've well and truly made it."
I think we did.
Truth is, I don't know if I can really claim you as my protege these days. I think the student has become the teacher. Kind of gestures at you.
Most certainly she has.
Well, okay. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. There's still a thing or two you could learn from me. Patience, for one. Self-restraint.
Ugh, you're so boring, Kaladin.
It's a good cop, bad cop thing. There's probably just as many things I could learn from you, so let's just call it even.
Yeah, sounds like a plan.
He sips his whiskey a little bit and just kind of looks around the bar and just says, "You ever think you'd end up a place like this?"
No, not in 1,000 years.
We move into a little bit of a montage. We see the years roll by, days and nights passing by, and sunrises and sunsets through the windows of the first movement. You continue to move your way up the ranks of the gang, as does Kaladin. People come and go. A few years later, Patrick Kavanaugh is killed during negotiations with another gang regarding a territory dispute, and is succeeded by his right-hand man and second-in-command, Solomon Dimitri. Solomon brings to the forefront of the symphony's business a level of subtlety and finesse that Patrick was sorely lacking. The gang becomes more powerful, more influential, and more profitable by the year. Increasingly involved in business and political gamesmanship, Solomon conducts the orchestra that is Daybreak City with mastery and grace. Of course, Solomon's rise to power leaves a vacancy in his place, which ends up in the years that follow being split kind of in equal parts by you, Kaladin, and Vanera, operating in a trifecta as the de facto vice leadership of the gang. More sunsets and sunrises outside the windows of the first movement until eventually we reach not quite the present day, but only a number of weeks before this campaign began. Cadence, you have found the exceptionally rare opportunity to be in the first movement by yourself. The place is nearly always inhabited by somebody, but whatever fluke of chance and circumstance, you walked into the lounge this afternoon to find the place entirely empty. So for the last hour or so, you've had the place kind of to yourself. What does Cadence get up to in the first movement for maybe not the first time ever, but one of the very few times that you occupy this space alone?
She's got a go board set up on one of the tables, just with a couple problems are set up on them to solve, but she's not really using it. She's kind of just zoning out, doing her own thing, and eventually she walks over to the window and just kind of looks out and remembers all those years ago when Solomon looked up at this room and she looked up at it at 13 and got just dizzy and had to take a step back. She breathed out a sigh. I don't know what I did to get here, but
As you look out the window, it is nearing sunset. It's been raining all day, and the gray clouds have finally just started to disperse. You look down to that spot on a distant, not so distant corner where you met Solomon for the first time, where you tried to rob the now dead Patrick Kavanaugh. You can see the buildings of Daybreak City casting long, eerie shadows as off in the distance the smokestacks of salt works churn greenish-black ether emissions, carried by the prevailing winds to choke the streets and alleys of black brick where you once called home. It's not much, but it's ours. The words come to your mind unbidden as you stare out to the distant slums, so far away now from where you are and so small from the lofty height of your vantage point. Behind you, kind of breaking you from your sort of reverie, you hear the doors of the first movement open, and walking in, you see Venera, kind of heading over towards the table as well. She meets your gaze, gives you kind of a half unenthusiastic smile, says Cadence, kind of a flat affect. Something in the way that she carries herself is off. It has been for several days, you've noticed. Normally she is acutely observant and insightful, energetic, enthusiastic, but for the last few days she's been off her game. Something half-hearted and distant in her demeanor, like her mind is somewhere else. Distracted, maybe. A weakness you would be remiss not to notice. She walks in and sits down at one of the chairs by this table. Under her arm, she's carrying a book, which she sets down on the table. On the cover, it says The Sleepwalker's Almanac by Silas Finch. You've seen her reading this book before. It's some piece of niche literature about the magic of dreams. She kind of pushes that off to the side and produces her handgun from her holster on her belt and starts just kind of preparing it carefully, detail by detail, like cleaning it and making sure it's loaded and so forth.
I'll turn to her, and I clock the distraction and the clearly something is off, and a couple things go through my head at once. I am still kind of in that moment of thinking back to my family in Black Brick and where I came from, and then I clock the weakness that I see in Venera, that she's exploitable right now.
Yeah.
And then it kind of shifts, and I realize that I'm not quite sure when, but at some point my family stopped being my family and hasn't been in, 10 plus years now at this point, and that the symphony is my family. And I think about asking her what's wrong, but I've asked her over and over and she hasn't answered, so I do what I think, a family is supposed to do. I just walk over and I sit next to her. Hey.
Yeah, she says, yeah, I am. I'm with Rooster tonight, securing that Slumberjack shipment out in Black Brick, just double-checking everything. She kind of puts her pistol back in its holster and takes a bottle of vodka that's on the table and pours a shot and just drains the whole shot right there.
You want me to go instead?
No. That's, Hey, listen, I don't know how much I've explained oneiromancy to you. Sometimes dreams come to me on their own, just out of the blue. It's not always intentional. I just needed to say that because I don't want you to think I'm, prying into your life or something. I don't always control it.
I know this is going to sound crazy, but I sometimes dream too.
She smiles at you and chuckles. It's okay, smartass. What I'm trying to say is I had a dream about you last night. I think it was from when you were a kid. I'm not going to pry. I know you don't like to talk about it. And if you want to tell me to fuck off, I'll fuck off. But she kind of reaches into her shirt pocket. Does this mean anything to you? And she hands you a folded up piece of just paper.
I'll take it from her and look at it.
You unfold it, and inside is a sketch of a daisy with a root that extends down into a root ball caked in dirt, sitting in an unwrapped piece of newspaper. As you look at it, she says, I don't know why I felt like I should show you this. I could have just kept it to myself. I don't know.
Cadence does a piss poor job of trying to conceal that she recognizes exactly where this is from.
Mm-hmm.
Daisy, I think. They're all over the place.
She looks at you. Let me roll insight for her. She looks at you, obviously, on your passive insight, clocking that you are lying to her. She stands and kind of steps over to the window next to you, where you're seated. Says, I've been wondering lately, who pays for all this? And she kind of gestures at the first movement, everything around you, this swanky bar. I mean, who really pays it? Because when it's other gangs and rich business owners and self-serving politicians, that's all well and good. I'm happy to drink on their tab, but there are things more important than power and money and influence. Maybe just go pay her a visit.
Who?
For a moment, she doesn't respond. She crosses her arms and just kind of looks out the window. Takes another sip of vodka. And while still, looking out the window, out at the city, clearly talking, about the city, says, it's not much, but it's ours. Don't forget that.
I know. Symphonies, we built this.
She chuckles a little bit, not in a funny way, but in just a cynical, this was a mistake, I shouldn't have brought this up way.
Maybe I should go for you tonight. You're acting pretty off.
She shakes her head and says, no, it's nothing, it's just weird dreams lately. The hardest part is they aren't always real, I've gotten pretty good at parsing out what's magic and what's just noise, but still. Just remember. And she points out to the city this time so there could be no mistaking it. This is ours. Yeah?
I'll stand up and walk to the window next to her. All right, this is ours. I got it.
Later that night, we follow Cadence as she walks down the soot-stained streets and alleys of black brick under an inky night sky. Even the stars obscured by the gray rain clouds that are still dissipating from the day's rainfall. The dancing lights of oil lanterns guide your path as you make your way to the Holy Order Church. It strikes you, and not for the first time, how many late nights just like this your mother made this same walk, down these same streets. Almost every night after her shift, she would come here to pray before going home. You've wondered many times what would keep a person with a life like hers coming to pray at a place like this. A mystery that despite all of your talents for investigation and deduction, you have found yourself unable to reach a conclusion. A question that you would pay nearly any price to ask her for the answer to, but there are some things, no matter how much wealth and power and influence you accumulate, the money simply cannot buy. Stepping onto the muddy grass of the church grounds, still wet from the day's rain, past its wrought iron gate, kind of hopping over so that you don't have to go inside and talk to Father Hastings or anyone in there. You step out into the graveyard where the burial plots are found. There are no opulent headstones here, no fine marble, no ornate architecture, not in black brick. Here are the graves of the poorest and meagerest of Daybreak City. Those who left behind families that could hardly afford to see them buried at all, let alone with any pomp and circumstance. Very few flowers here. Who could afford such a frivolity? Most of the graves dirt covered and grimy. Who has the time to clean them between shifts at their multiple jobs? You approach one such headstone among these many, A small and simple affair even compared to the rest. Though it has at least been kept clean. Even as all these long years have passed, you've at least made sure of that. Inscribed on the headstone is no eulogy, no words of remembrance. The mason charged per letter, after all. So there's just a name and a date. Cecilia Amado, 1846 to 1877 AO. Off in the far distance, past the smokestacks of saltworks and the inky waves of Daybreak Bay, you can just barely make out the tops of the Matinac high-rises, so far away from the place that you now call home. What does Cadence do, if anything, here at Cecilia's grave?
Yeah, I stand in front of it for a second, just kind of looking at it. I'm glad to see that it's clean, that is still happening. And I look around to make sure no one's listening, no one's around. I probably pull up a hood just to cover myself a little bit further. Hey, Mom. It's been a while. I don't know what drew me here. I'm turning 32 soon. It's kind of weird. Birthday you never made it to. I finally got that apartment in Glimmerwick. I think you would have liked it. I just don't... Why couldn't you just come home that night? Huh? Why couldn't you just come home?
The last few raindrops of the passing rainstorm kind of fall on this gravestone, dripping down across the letters of your mother's name. It strikes you that, as of only a few days ago, you are older now than she was when she died. And as you're watching the rain sort of trickle down this gravestone into the dirty ground below, you notice something that strikes you. There is a pair of small footprints in the wet, muddy grass of the churchyard. The footprints seem to approach your mother's grave, linger for a short while there, and then depart. They're relatively fresh. They, in fact, couldn't be more than a few hours old. It's a curious thing, wrestling with an inability to confront the question of why your mother couldn't have just come home that night. You instead latch onto this, a question that perhaps you actually can answer, a mystery that you can solve. Who would have been visiting your mother's grave? The shoe prints are much too small to be your father's, but who else would even know about her? Who else would have a reason to come here? What does Cadence do?
I'll stand up, and I will start to just follow the footprints, see if maybe they lead back into the church, maybe somebody just... local kid volunteering to help out, just...
You follow the footprints back out to the sidewalk and see that they have left muddy shoe prints on the sidewalk and in the street. And you follow those muddy footprints through the streets of Black Brick, weaving through familiar alleys, past familiar gas lamps. You walk past a grocery store where you once dreamed of being able to afford vanilla, past an intersection where you once swindled a lady with a red suitcase out of 2 marks. Little did you know at the time that you were unwittingly creating a resume that would catapult you to the attention of some of Daybreak City's most powerful criminal interests. And eventually, following the footprints, all of these familiar streets and alleys and intersections lead not to the church or to the home of some volunteer. They find you approaching a modest little corner unit that joins with a dank alley, where muddy water accumulates in stagnant puddles, reflecting the first and brightest stars to appear in the night above as the rain clouds dissipate. And from the safe hiding of a nearby alley, you can see where the footprints end. Seated on the stoop of your childhood home is a little boy of 9 years old. Rail thin and pale, freckles on his cheeks, a shaggy, unkempt mess of orange hair. Threadbare old clothes, probably secondhand. A tattered tan shirt tucked into brown trousers held up by suspenders. The bottoms of his boots caked in mud. His sleeves are rolled up, and he has a long stick in his hand, which he is using to trace lines in the murky puddle near the alley, watching the way the stars' strange reflections expand and contract and ripple as he traces constellations in the water. Water that has pooled in the same depression in the streets where it has been pooling for as long as you can remember. The same puddle where you once sat and gazed in wonder at these same reflections. And after just a short while, you hear from somewhere inside the place you once called home, a woman's voice shouts out, "Piper, dinner!" The boy seems to be so entranced in his study of the murky constellations that at first he doesn't hear it, but shortly thereafter, a man steps into the doorway. Your father, Teodoro Amato. Nobody calls him Teodoro, though. Not for a very, very long time. He's missing a little more hair now. The hair he does have has started to go gray and thin. He looks down to this boy and says, "Come on, Piper. Your mom said it's dinner time." And this boy looks up to him, says, "Coming, Dad." And this boy, Piper, sets his stick down by the puddle. It creates little ripples across the surface that shimmer in the starlight. He stands and enters the house as his father, your father, places a hand on his back. The door closes behind them, and as they go inside, into your childhood home, where evidently your father has a new life too. Another child sleeps in the room that was once yours. Another mother cooks at the stove where your mother once did. And just like that, as the door closes behind them, you are all at once acutely alone here in this dark alley. Alone and far, far away from home. What is going through Cadence's mind in this moment?
I think she freezes at first, obviously. And she is torn in 1,000 different directions, and she wants to go knock on the door, and she wants to run back to the first movement. She wants to go find Venera and ask what she saw in her dreams, and she wants to anything to distract from just the overwhelming feeling that she has always and will always have to take care of herself, because no one else is going to.
As these thoughts run through your mind, and you eventually resolve to walk away from this place. Not long after you have left and rounded a nearby corner going back towards Matinac, back towards your new life, what you don't see is that a fluttering cascade of bright blue butterflies, dripping liquid light from their wings, alight and land on the muddy cobblestone surrounding the puddle. And we turn from that little puddle's reflection of starlight up to the night sky where brilliant stars dance, across the continent and across time, to where you and your newfound ally are sat a little drunk in a circle in the grass outside one of the finest restaurants in the city of Lux. Boss is doing grass angels in the lawn, Bones is explaining stars to Diravat, and Nessa, with her hand clutched tight around a little glowing piece of stone enchanted by marble, looks up to the night sky, and for the first time in her life sees starlight, emitted by those same stars that reflect in the murky puddle outside of your childhood home. And that is where we find ourselves.
That was poetry, y'all.
See, that was beautiful.
Hey, thanks, guys.
Nice transition too, man, truly.
But with that, it is late. It is midnight, or perhaps even after midnight. You guys are all a little drunk out in the grass. I presume shortly after this little scene, everybody goes to their hotel rooms and goes to sleep. I don't think anyone has more business tonight, I am guessing. Let me know if anyone says that is incorrect.
If I did, I forgot it after that beautiful scene.
Perfect. Working as intended.
Boss is doing grass angels. I forgot about that. That's a good time.
Absolutely.
I assume
Go ahead.
Bones is going to stick around. He takes his time getting to bed, yeah.
Okay, hear me out. This is me, not Mark. But what if we threw these guys in the air just to get my think they would fall to the ground?
As you guys are still like
Real exposure therapy for the agoraphobia.
You do have to keep your feet on the ground. Ha ha!
As you guys are looking up at the night sky, Deerbat sees for the first time the moon and goes, yes, I've heard of that. That is not just that the sun gets a little darker. That's a whole different thing. I know this one.
No, the sun actually remains the same brightness, but it dips below the surface of the... it's very far away, and then it goes... Do you know... You know that we're on a rock?
Yes, I've learned that much.
Yes, and it is sort of a circle or a sphere.
Yes.
And we are circling around the sun, which is another sphere.
The last two things that you said I learned today, but I did learn them.
Gotcha.
I have a good memory.
Well, as we spin around, obviously the sun eventually gets hidden. What we're seeing is where it's getting hidden behind the rock that we're on.
Got it.
Yes.
And then that is another smaller sun? He looks at the moon. You guys see, those of you who are familiar can see the two little pinpricks of light that look like they could just be other stars, but they're a little bit off, which are the two moons of the moon, or there are two smaller moons that orbit the moon.
That's not how astrophysics works, Zeke. Get your shit
Welcome to my
together.
fantasy world. Get fucked.
That is the moon and her moons. They are smaller rocks that are drifting in circles around us. It is like a clock that has many gears spinning around each other.
Amazing. Give me perception checks, anybody who wants to.
17.
Okay.
Incredible.
20.
Incredible.
9.
9. They escaped the notice of you on a 9, but on a 17 and a 20, Bones, especially as you're like showing Boss the moon and its moons and the stars and just looking at the celestial bodies, you see a couple of like twinkling stars that are like moving faster than stars ought to move. If you were in, the modern day world, you would think perhaps airplanes or satellites, but obviously those are not a thing in your world. Shooting stars, but they're too slow and they're a little bit blue. On a 20, you can just make out that these are not nearly as distant as the stars. They are just quite high up in the sky to be barely visible. A cascade of bright blue glimmering butterflies flies somewhere high above.
I now notice
sky.
those. I spot
Yeah, you spot them on a 20.
Shoot them.
Ghost, do you know what those... I know that these have come up before. We have mentioned that we all saw them. What...
Oh, I'm inside.
Then just everyone. Do you all see those?
What are we seeing? The stars. I can see those at home.
Up there. I believe those are the weird butterflies that we keep seeing.
I think Boss wouldn't notice them.
I could shoot one, but I don't know if that's respectful.
I think Boss, when he sees these, takes it as bad omen.
Sure. Yes, every time you've seen them in your life has been bad.
Last time I saw him, I crashed a fucking Zeppelin.
Yeah, like something like like Boss, his demeanor changes and he stands up quickly and says, "I do see these. This is not a good thing."
I don't believe it is either. No.
They're moving to the east. Maybe they're just migrating.
I don't like the. Last time I saw these things, I told you what happened.
I won a race.
I saved some lives and crashed a Zeppelin.
Everyone I know died.
All but one.
Drink that.
The sun disappeared for me.
Should we be concerned?
We should at least be aware. We're all going to the same hotel, is that true?
I do believe.
Believe so.
Should we?
It doesn't take long before
Leave?
they're kind of out of sight anyway, disappearing off somewhere.
It's so odd that something so beautiful could be such an omen of terror for me.
Okay, let's hold on. I saw them while I was drinking in a lounge. Like, let's not freak the fuck out over here. They're butterflies.
I saw them as I was getting on the ship to go to daybreak, so if they're a bad omen, then I'm probably going to die.
Well, you saw them on the ship. Did anything bad happen on the ship?
That was a lovely journey.
No,
You met
that's when
Boss.
I met Boss. It was pretty lovely, honestly, so I don't think they are a bad omen.
That was a nice journey.
Okay, well, if you were having good luck with
He did
butterflies-
almost step on me.
I do apologize again.
Coincidence?
We'll see.
Oh,
Not-
you could be right. The butterflies could be warning that I was going to get stepped on.
It is possible. To be fair, I barely stepped on you.
So we have no luck, good luck, bad luck, horrible luck.
My car broke.
Mixed luck,
But
no
I
luck,
what?
bad luck. Hedges? Don't remember.
He saw them as he lost his. It was after he like fucked up his gambling.
Oh, right.
So, yeah.
So bad luck and no luck. I will.
That's not bad luck. That's bad planning.
This is something that you would say, kid.
Pillard Grim looks up at the nice guy and hears you guys' stories and says, "I've been asked more than once why good things happen to bad people and bad things happen to good people, and I've come to believe that the answer is because things happen to people."
Yeah.
Perspective.
Yeah, was there some other possibility there?
I don't suppose I believe in fate or omens.
If anybody got what they deserved, the world would be a very different place.
He nods. Well, I am about one brandy further than I should have gone into this night. I'm going to return to my room.
I think I shall do the same.
Eventually.
I will stay out for a bit, but I'll be there shortly.
Actually, I think the boss is going to stay with Bones for just a few. Being apprehensive of seeing these butterflies sticking around for a minute.
Yeah. Anyone who wants to can stay out a little while longer. I think several people head off to their hotel rooms to sleep.
I'm tired and I want a bed.
Yeah. First night in a bed, in a room, in quite a while.
And not in hell.
Yeah.
There's that.
I do want to do one thing when I have Cadence alone.
I think I want one more drink and to lay on the grass until I pass out. If I pass out, will you carry me back to the room, boss?
Of course.
Perfect. Morisco passes out in the grass. We'll say Cadence and Marble head off to their room together.
I like the idea that boss is so tall and large, and Marisco's so small that boss just has like a little papoose that he made.
Yeah.
And like Marisco's just on his back, like asleep, just drooling on his shoulder.
Slimp, just well.
Yep.
We'll do Boss and Bones and Morisco first. I think Morisco like passes out in the grass, but Boss and Bones, if you guys want to have any more conversations or anything, or if you just stay up a while, I don't know. Or Bones, if you're looking for a private moment, you can absolutely have that as well.
This is great. This is amazing. This is perfect. For a while, they just kind of talk. Presumably about magic. The way that we approach it is very different. Yours is very... you study it, of course, but you feel your magic. It's somewhat connected to nature. Mine is not. It's very academic. It's connected to things and to the weave itself. And that is, I imagine, what we talk about for a little while. But after some time, there's a bit of silence, and then he looks down to Morisco, who has passed out next to you, and then to you. And he says, the two of you.
The two of us.
The two of you, yes. Is that,
the two of us. No, it is not. As Morisco kind of just earlier, we met on the ship on our journey to Daybreak, and I did slightly step on his tail as he was fishing. This became our friendship. But this is also followed the tragedy that I faced at the scriptorium. So it was nice for me to make this friend.
yes.
I invited him to my quarters that evening and to prepare me dinner, and I paid him for his service, and we had a very lovely meal, and I believe this was catharsis for the experience that I had just gone through.
Oh, I'm certain.
The travel.
Yes, no, the first few hours after trauma are formative, yeah.
So this was a week, I believe. A week.
Oh, that is well past the first few hours.
Yes, but I had only been alone since then. I had traveled through the mountain range by myself, found a brook to wash my companion's blood off of my body. Made sure that I was still sound of mind as much as I could be, and I did not believe that I was going to find any solace or comfort again until I met Morisco. So I don't believe that romanticism is anything I can really provide in this relationship, but friendship, I believe, forever.
Oh, that all sounds very romantic to me, but maybe I have the wrong idea of it. I'm not trying to push anything, I'm just curious.
Of course, I'm always happy to answer questions. Yeah. This is one thing I try to do is be forward, be honest. I don't believe that deception amongst peers is necessary.
It is a house of cards. You can get quite high with it, but I don't have the patience or the capacity to keep all of the cards balanced. I have a lot of respect for cadence.
So it's you two?
Oh, not that I'm aware of. No.
Okay. Do you have someone?
No, not for some time.
Are you interested in romance if the timing should ever allow itself?
I wish that I were not, but we wish many things.
This I understand. I do not believe at this time in my life I have capacity for more intimate entanglement.
Yeah, it's not exactly a convenient time for it.
It is not. And I do believe that I need to eventually find my way home. And I do not need to change the trajectory of anyone else's lives in order to complete mine.
Yeah. And that makes a lot of sense.
But I do want to let you know once again that I appreciate you helping me on this venture.
Of course.
And I know that we had discussed your pursuits at another time. I believe that we are heading to a new place now to fight robots. I don't understand this.
It sounds like there's some sort of a contest. Yeah, we get to see Marble's. I've worked with Marble for a long time. I've seen many of his inventions, including many of the strange ones, the fighting ones. It will be interesting to see them in competition. I've known Marble to be a tremendous racer, a tremendous inventor. I've seen him compared to his peers better, but I've not seen him compared to other combatant artificers, and I'm curious to see if he is just as good over there.
This is interesting.
Yeah, I'm curious how many ponds he has a big fish in.
Is there much gambling there?
Much gambling, I'm certain there is. I don't know if it's official, but anywhere that there's competition, there will be gambling, especially when it is underground.
They made this very difficult in my lands, but I always had an interest.
In gambling?
Not a strong interest, but this is something that was very hard to do in Gati.
Yeah, I don't think that it's wrong. I just wouldn't have taken it for something that you were interested in. That's
I believe the taboo nature of it.
The taboo calls to you. This I understand. Yes, I understand that. It can be fun. It is not really my thing. I would rather spend my money on more reliable sources of fun, but some people derive great pleasure from it. The important thing, and I'm sure you've heard this before, you go in with a fixed amount of money, and you do not bring any more in. Once you've spent that money, your time there is over, and you find fun somewhere else.
This is my thought as well.
Yeah.
Say I want to spend a lot of money tonight on having fun, but this is how I have fun tonight.
Yes. More power to you. Who am I to yuck anyone's young?
I will try it. I don't know if I will enjoy it, but I will try it.
For your sake, I hope that you hate it. It has ruined many lives, but some people enjoy it.
I will keep this in mind.
Meanwhile, as that conversation is happening, Cadence and Marble, you guys are walking back
quick.
towards your hotel.
When they get back to the bedroom, Marble kind of just like walks over and just like flops on the bed, and then he's like, "Ow!" And then he like turns over and kind of reaches his hand like, "Oh yeah," and then he like pulls out the key to your apartment, and then holds it back out to you.
Oh, thank you. I had kind of forgotten about that.
I did.
But you didn't need it?
Yeah, He like looks at you and then kind of like you see his eyes quickly kind of look at your gun and look back at you. I lied.
You lied about what?
I wasn't okay. I just tried to be.
Okay down there?
Yeah.
Why did you try to be?
Didn't seem wise to be unfocused.
I can see that. It's important to stay focused, but are you okay?
He's just like so much better.
Yeah. Hey, you know you don't have to put on a brave face, right? Like, if you're not okay, you can just say it.
I know. But what would it have done?
I mean, I guess nothing, but maybe made you feel better? Maybe feel less alone? I mean, I had a full-on meltdown and yelled at ghosts down there, so...
I don't think I could have left you behind.
You would have found the strength.
No, I don't think so.
That's very sweet, Marvel. If it ever comes to it, I don't know what this means to you, but you have my blessing. I don't...
He like reaches up and grabs your hand and just like, don't let it.
It's not going to. Not if I can help it. Are you sure you're okay?
Yeah. You guys see his eyes kind of flick towards your gun, and I don't know if you remember, but you did say, if you lie to me, I will kill you.
I do remember.
So you just see like a little bit of, he's just like, I'm sure she was joking.
But
Okay, well... Something has to happen because you lied to me and I don't appreciate that.
and with that. And with that.
Wait, no, don't stop.
It's a very different stream. One more question. Boss Bones, when you guys eventually do go to bed, Marisco is snoring in the grass. Do you guys like take him to his hotel, or do you just like, do you guys all sleep outside in the grass? Do you go back to the hotel?
No, I mean, at this point, I think, well, this one is fast asleep and drooling down my back, so I believe I'm going to go get him in a bed.
Yeah, that is probably for the best, as tempting as it is to sleep outside.
I believe that I need to find myself a bath again, because why not, right? Twice in one day.
Yeah, it has been some time. We have a lot of good bathing and drinking and eating and sleeping to catch up on.
Well, I will see you in the morning time.
I'll see you in the morning.
You guys return to your rooms. Marisco.
Oh no, not again. No, this is what I get for sleeping.
Oh, that's great. No, not again. That's so visceral. It's again.
Sunlight pours down through the surface of water that is so clear and so shallow that the light forms dancing, refracting patterns of white on the seafloor. The water is clear and briny and bright and teeming with life. Bright-colored, vibrant living things, sea stars and hermit crabs and schools of tiny bright-colored fish, corals and seashells in the sand. You find yourself floating, suspended in the warm water, a minuscule little creature in a vast and shallow ocean. What do you do?
Has this guy always been here right in front of my face?
Maybe?
Maybe?
Maybe
Okay.
not. You look at that creature and it looks familiar. It looks in that weird sort of dreamlike way. It looks like the thing that you learned about today in the waking world, but you can't quite make that connection because you don't quite know that you are dreaming. You know that you've seen it before. You feel like it's been in the dreams before, but you can't remember the details of a dream from a month ago in a dream.
True. I can't remember them outside of the dream, so...
You do feel like, I don't know, even if you don't remember for sure, like, if you've seen it or where you've seen it, it tickles the back of your mind. You feel like, I don't know, drawn to it, or I don't drawn to it is even the right word. You feel your attention kind of focus on it. The rest of the dream kind of goes a little hazy around it as you look at it.
Okay, I'd like to swim closer then, take a better look at it. Why am I fixating on this? What like that connection is trying to make that connection, I guess. I won't get it unless I go closer.
Roll me a nature check.
Okay. $12.
The words kind of come back to you from the dream, or not from the dream, but from the bestiary you read in the day. Dinger notice Nidica, Wasa Wasa Galala, Tabula Rasa, Blank Slate. You know what this thing is. This is a toxic magical nudibranch with a severe neurotoxin embedded into its serrata. And as you kind of start looking at it and studying it, you start to hear singing, a soft and soothing female voice, distant and faint, a haunting melody vibrating through the water. What do you do?
Well, I shouldn't touch the poisonous thing now that I remember what it is, so I think his attention will shift towards the voice and trying to find out what that is.
You...
Or where that's at.
Yeah, give me a perception check.
Okay.
Nice. It's at first sourceless and vibrating through all of the water. It could be coming from anywhere. It feels like it's coming from every direction. But on a 14, you eventually start to pick up that it's from above you, from somewhere above the surface of the water, which is why it sounds kind of distorted and wobbly and indistinct, like there are words, but you can't make them out. On a 14, by the time you make that realization, you look kind of up to the water's surface, and the sunlight from above is blotted out. The bright water surrounding you turns to shade, the warmth goes cool, and looming over the surface of the water is the source of the singing. A colossal shadow of a tabaxi woman towering like some gargantuan giant over the water's surface. Above you, the surface of the water ripples and parts as the colossal hand of this gargantuan tabaxi woman reaches down into the water. For the first time, you remember from previous iterations of this dream that the hand is not reaching for you. It is reaching down for this sea slug down in the water. And as the fingers wrap around Dendronotus nidica, everything stops, like time is frozen. What do you do?
If everything's stopped and the dream's not ending, I want to see the face of this woman better. I can't see it through the water.
Okay. Give me one more perception check. I'm going to say DC 15. I know it's not a very good stat for you.
Boy.
You...
1 second. I think this is just for attack rolls, not ability checks.
I will let you use Favored by the Gods here if you wish to.
I do.
That gets you to 16. You start to swim towards the surface of the water, exerting every muscle in your body to move as fast as you can, as small as you are. There's a weird effect where the light from behind this figure is shining around it, making it look shadowed and hard to make out the details. On a 16, you can just barely start to make out some details of this tabaxi woman. She looks a little like you. There's kind of cheetah black spots, thin sort of build and frame, long sort of narrow face, big ears. Narrow yellow eyes, a smiling face that in the moment is in the process of singing a song. She's wearing a kind of a sundress with a floral print on it. Just as you start to make out those details, though everything is frozen and nothing is moving, you see her throat, as if being slit by some invisible knife, opens. The skin and fur parts of her throat, and blood begins to pour down into the water. In sort of slow motion, there is everything around you begins to glow cloudy and murky and red. These enormous drops of blood spread and disperse the way that blood does in water, turning everything around you a pinkish hue. And all of a sudden, your chest aches and burns with the effort of holding your breath as you realize for the first time in this dream that you need to breathe. You feel the crushing weight of the bloody water all around you. You feel desperate for air, desperate to be out of the water. What do you do?
Okay, how much further do I have to go? Am I anywhere near the surface?
Give me an athletics check. See how far you swim.
Okay. Guess who's not proficient in this?
Ooh, that's a good roll.
Oh, it doesn't matter though. Maybe.
It's hard to judge distances because you are in what seems to be a shallow pool of water that can't be more than a foot or two deep, but you are a tiny little thing. Relative to your own height, you feel like you are maybe 50 feet from the surface of the water.
I could make that with the... No, I couldn't. Not even a dash could be that far. Oh. I don't think I have any magic that would help. Can I attempt to Misty Step?
Absolutely, you can.
Okay.
You start to kick your legs and swim towards the surface, and realizing you're not going to make it all the way, you exert some of this magic, something in you that you have always had, and there is a flash of blue light. You appear closer to the surface. However, the spot that you appear in, you see inches away from where you have appeared. You are peering into the face of a towering female figure, slender and lithe in build with pale bluish white skin. She wears adornments of seagrass and shells and coral. Long, semi-translucent strands of orange and coral flow from her back and shoulders. Her dress is made all from living coral and sea life, such that from the waist down, it's not clear where she ends and where the sea life that clings to her and teems around her begins. From her head, where a woman's hair would be, emerges a mane of coral in shades of pastel orange and pink and red and blue, dancing and swaying weightless in the water. Her eyes are two glistening beads of black like a shark's eyes, her face itself seemingly partially formed of flesh and partially of hard seashell, giving an impression of an unnerving, strange mask that nonetheless moves in an uncanny way. Please make me a wisdom saving throw. I have so many theories.
It was so close to a 20 and a 2, but we'll go with 4.
Sheer, just adrenaline-fueled surprise of appearing in a space and instantly being confronted with this monstrous, not necessarily monstrous, but huge, enormous, gargantuan figure, feet away from the tip of its face, her face as large as your entire body, startles you enough that your natural instinct to inhale overcomes your good senses. You inhale bloody, briny water, and you wake up in your bed in Lux.
And boss is standing beside you. Marisco, are you okay?
I'm good.
I sit you up and pat your back. You sound like you're choking. Are you okay?
Yeah, it was just a dream. I think I'm okay.
You need some water.
No. Yes. Water probably good.
You still almost taste salt and blood and brine in your mouth, but nonetheless, as you cough and sputter, nothing comes out. You drink some fresh water and, come to your body's realization that it was only a dream. As you guys awaken on the 4th of brightness and receive all the benefits of a short rest. As you guys are marking down your short rest stuff, you guys know that the plan for today was for a couple of you to take a train to Prospect, wrap up your affairs there, then get on a plane to Cherry Falls, and the rest of you would get on that same train when it gets to Lux. So that is kind of your plan for the day. You guys go have some breakfast at the hotel restaurant, and all
Marvel's
reconvene.
face is a bit puffy. His glasses are thin.
Yeah. You got tape wrapped around the middle of the glasses.
Did you get mugged?
Yeah. No.
Congratulations.
Oh.
Puffy?
I don't know.
Is that...
Is that even fun anymore?
I don't know. It's not like I can think of
Yeah.
not like I can think of- not like I can think of his face is ready.
Whose idea was that?
Huh?
Whose idea was that?
He's concussed, sorry.
So, after you guys eat a little bit of food, Fillard pays for it. Those of you who were going to Prospect, I believe, were Talania, because she wants to go back to the Underdark. Nessa, just because she's kind of sticking with Marble, going where he goes. Marble, Bones, Morisco.
Oh, poor Mariska. There's 2 women in the group.
I believe everybody else was staying in Lux just to save a little bit of money and not pay for an unnecessary train trip. Those of you going to Prospect will pay just a little bit more. It is not all that significant. The train fare from Lux to Prospect is 5 marks, unless you want to go first class and pay 15, but it's like a 2-hour train ride, so
5 whole marks.
5 whole marks. Train travel's not cheap.
Wait, how much is a good be to get back?
So to go all the way from Prospect to Cherry Falls is 15 marks, even though it's much farther.
Hear me out. What if I volunteer to be one of those little mana people?
To be an ether tapper. You like go to the train station, ask about that, and they say like,
I want to pay my way.
if you want to apply for a job, we can get you one, but we can't have just like freelance random ether tappers running our trains, especially when there was a terrorist attack on one of them like a week ago. Also, were you one of the guys who involved in the terrorist attack? Maybe.
Is it really a terrorist attack if only one person was the target? That is more of attempted murder
No
than a
one
terrorist
died except for the terrorist.
True.
I
All
don't-
true.
Also, it wasn't a terrorist attack. It was just an assassination attempt.
I do
Be a
not know how I
terrorist
feel
needed off
about
that train.
calling it a terrorist attack.
You got the media.
Okay.
They have to sell newspapers somehow.
That is true. That is true.
All right. I'm marking off money. This is hurting my soul.
All right. Those of you going to Prospect each pay 5 marks for your train ride.
Can I sidebar with Talania before she leaves?
Yes, absolutely. So you guys have all morning if you want to have conversations with Talania before she like goes away for a while. You know, you won't see her for some time.
No, this is a good experience.
Yeah. Talania, are you certain that we can convince you to come along for even a little while?
Oh, unequivocally, yes. You ghosts know better than anyone. I couldn't even stand being in Hallow Hive because the lamp was too bright for me. This, and she kind of points out the window. This is, this isn't happening for me. Sorry.
I appreciate your devastating honesty.
In all honesty, I would consider it if Raw wasn't staying with you, but you'll be with Raoul, and you've got that sending stone. He looks at the one she looks at wherever you're keeping your sending stone that connects to Noha at the Citadel.
Yeah.
In all honesty, I don't know how I'm going to go about it, and I will not do it in any way that puts you in danger. You have my word, but would like to try to get back to Hallow Hive at some point. It's not my first order of business, honestly. I wanted to ask your thoughts on this. My first order of business, I would like to continue on the trail of finding out where that settlement went. Again, I don't know how I'm going to pursue that without getting myself in trouble, but that's just what I've been tossing around in my mind.
If you're going to pursue that, please be careful, and please don't take anyone who is going to get you in trouble again. And I glance at Raoul.
She smiles. Says, I think the thing that I learned more than anything from this experience is that I'm going to do everything by myself from now on.
Yes, understandably, that always is much safer for everyone involved.
Easier to stay hidden, at least, which will be my main goal. But no, to be clear, I'm joking, but I'm not going to go to any length that I'll put myself at risk, no problem. I'm not going to put myself in a position where I am putting you at risk if I am questioned by someone and know more than I should know. So I will be careful.
Right.
Go ahead, boss. You getting raised?
Real quick, so are you having this conversation with her in earshot?
Yeah, like he's not being necessarily private about it. I assume we're all just like kind of gathered up as people are preparing to leave and stuff.
Yeah.
So I would like to step over and say, I understand that you have a desire to go back to Hallow Hive to seek answers. However, if this does not work out for you, I would be happy to provide you with a writ of entry to my homelands. There are very many deep mines there that we used to forage different precious stones and metals. All of our workers are taken care of fairly, and if you would like to have a job within these mines, this I can arrange.
She looks at you and says, interesting. A job? No. But exploring the Underdark of another continent is something I'd never even thought about. There's a treasure trove of information and intrigue to be found just in this continent's Underdark. I can't imagine what I'd find in another one. No, I'm soft interested. Not in the job, but definitely not interested in being a miner. But interested in exploring your Underdark potentially.
Well, I do believe that I would have to send you under the pretext.
Pretext. I understand pretext that I can work with.
Is this something that you would like?
Yeah. Honestly, give me a persuasion check, actually, boss. You can do so with advantage.
That 20 on the first one?
Hell yeah. Yeah, she says.
For advantage, just see if we get 2 20s?
Yeah, sure.
God.
No.
She says, she leans back and crosses her arms and says, actually, this is very interesting, as a matter of fact. I think I would still like to go to Prospect for now and try to look into this settlement a little bit more, but yes. How's this going to work? If you write me something, I will.
So I will have to apply a date to this for my own integrity, and I do not know how long the port guard will allow you to gain entry from this point.
Understood.
If you have other interests or other means to contact us, if you decide to move forward, we could potentially meet again.
I think you should consider it. It sounds like a wonderful offer.
I think Zeke, am reading a subtext there, Ghost. Are you trying to talk her out of going to do what she's thinking of doing? Like going back into the Isle of Ash and trying to find out where the settlement went?
I think there's part of it is that, and then a big part of it is just like, oh dear God, we just got out of there. Please don't get yourself into more danger.
Right.
And then there's this other part of him that is also like, oh, but boss had this sweet offer.
Yeah.
You should do it.
Yeah, she looks at you, and here's what I'll tell you. She looks at you with a look of... actually, roll me an insight check, Ghost, please. And do so with advantage.
Thank God for advantage.
There we go. Much better with advantage. On a 21, she says, or I shouldn't say anything, but you read this talk of her going back to the Isle of Ash and trying to figure out the settlement is coming from a place of guilt isn't the right word, but feeling like she owes it to you to do that. You saved her life. You were pulled out of that place before you got a chance to resolve what you wanted to resolve. She feels like she owes it to you to get to the bottom of that and should go do that. That's the place where this is coming from. On a 21, she's a lot more interested in going to Spyrus and checking out a whole new Underdark. That sounds incredibly exciting and fascinating to her, especially with Boss rolling a nat 20 persuasion check. So do with that information what you will. On a 21 insight, you get the sense that the reason she's not just going where Boss said right away is because she feels like she owes it to you to try to get to the bottom of the loose ends that were left behind on the Isle of Ash.
Right. Ghost will say, obviously do what you think is right, but I don't think you owe anything to any of us. And even if you did discover something, we're going to be dancing all over this continent. It could take you weeks to find us after you found anything. For the time being, especially given the forces that they came down there with, I don't imagine you will find anything particularly useful, at least not safely.
She nods. She looks a little relieved on a 21 insight check. She says, yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe I'll just go straight to Spyrus, and it sounds like you'll all be there eventually. If we all find something, maybe we find something. It's seeming increasing like maybe all this stuff is connected anyway, so... Spyrus it is. You've talked me into it. And she looks at you and says, if you've got some paperwork for me.
Wonderful. Yes, just give me a minute to write this up.
Yeah. You can easily. You've got like letterhead from the.
I have my seal
royal-
that I seal it with that.
Yeah,
And,
get your signet ring. And,
make sure not to have this opened until you arrive. And I write a second one for. I write a second letter and ask her to have it delivered to the High King.
okay, perfect. For the record, where do you send her? Do you send her to Harsaman? Do you send her straight to
I think she'll have to. Yeah, I assume with the heightened state right now, we'll send her into the Port Authority of Gati.
Got it. Cool.
But she's welcome at that point. I think the pretext I'm going to send her under, so she has a little bit more of my initial protection, just by my name alone, will be to have her put in a mine or like work in Harsaman,
Right.
where she'll at least have some temporary lodging.
Yeah, makes sense. Perfect.
But I said to her, these I can provide you. This is your writ. Please make sure this is not opened until the Port Authority can open it and recognize the signet.
Yeah. She looks at it and looks at your like signet ring seal and the wax, and she says, "I'm sorry. I tell me if I shouldn't be asking this. Who are you?
Do not you?
I danced with you, and we've done a whole life and death thing together. And
I just realized maybe you shouldn't ask this.
Great, understood. She gives you a thumbs up. Says, "Got it. No more questions asked."
Also, once you are there, please deliver this letter to an individual named Pratikar. I need you to remember this and make sure that this makes its way to his hands. After that, I would like you to find your way to my land of Harsaman, where you will have some temporary lodging. At least to get yourself started. I cannot provide you with any income to get yourself to Spirus, but I do wish you a safe journey."
She says, "That's all right. I think I can cover those ends." So thank you. This is incredibly generous. I don't know exactly who you are, but I know a name and I know a royal signet when I see one. So she gives like almost a sarcastic little bow. Says, "Your Highness." Right. Sorry.
Like earnestly.
Yeah. She looks around like there's no way somebody in this hotel restaurant is going to recognize you, but then reads like your earnestness. And I was like, right, got it, sure. And with that, Talania, instead of going to Prospect, is going to get on a train to probably Pecos or somewhere to get on a boat eventually to go to Gati. Actually, probably Daybreak would be the cheapest.
We'll discuss.
I will give her a chess piece. I'm going to give her one of the knights
Okay.
for my chess set. Just in case we need to find you, I know there are some spells that I can use to possibly track this.
Oh, here I thought you were being sentimental.
Well, I'll want it back. It's a good excuse for us to go and see Boss's homeland.
She smiles at you and kind of gives you not a punch on the shoulder, but a little bit of a jovial little nudge on the shoulder. Says, "I will not lose it."
I love the. I think it's sentimental, and then be like, no.
Oh no, heavens no, not sentimental. In fact, I need it back. strictly professional.
I'm giving you a charm.
With that, unless there's anything else to do before you guys temporarily part ways, go ahead, Marble.
I need to find a bookstore.
Perfect. Yeah, easy. Lux has bookstores. They have maybe some of the better bookstores
Books come to me.
in the nation because
I got so many books.
Do you have any books about the surface?
Probably more than we do.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'll go to Ghost
Never
River.
had
I'm
reason
looking for
to worry
books
about it.
on
Yeah, exactly.
just kind of the actual area we are at, so that while we're on the train ride, we could have pictures and just descriptions and kind of explain like what this terrain is to Nessa.
So the first thing you said, books on the surface. You don't go into a bookstore and find like the surface section because that'd be like walking into a bookstore and be like, "Can I get books about the surface of planet Earth?" But I know what you mean. You're looking for books about the nation that you live in and its sort of geography and history and even natural features and stuff.
Kind
Yes.
of like as we're doing this train ride from here all the way to Cherry Falls. I just wanted to be able to be like, oh, that's a mountain.
Yes.
These are
Absolutely.
elk trees,
Yeah.
elm trees,
Elm trees, elk trees.
trees.
Yeah, easy peasy. You spend one mark. I think is how much a book costs. Ghost knows better than I, but I think it's 1 mark for a book that's just like a
believe so.
geography book and atlas for like the region of the world that you're in.
Can I buy a whole encyclopedia?
Yeah, totally. The 2 marks to get that book and an encyclopedia if you want.
Sorry, I'm laughing so hard because I just had you called it an elk tree, and I just now imagine Marble like misleading them entirely.
No, that's
Just making shit up.
that's Loosh.
Yeah, sure, that's what Lou should be getting up to. Totally.
And that's an elk tree.
All right, you grab some books. They're honestly the bookstore that you would find that is like close to the train station anyway.
Preferably ones that have some nice pictures.
Totally,
too.
yes,
Like,
absolutely.
I don't want it to go too highbrow for her.
Yeah.
This is supposed to be for fun.
Yep, totally. You pick up some books that she is happy to hold on to. The five of you make it your way to the train station. Talania gets on on a train to Daybreak City to eventually catch a boat to Spirus. And the other four of you, Marisco, Bones, Marble, and Nessa, get on a train to Prospect. Go ahead, Bones.
Real quick, this is just kind of a flashback. Overnight, after dropping off Marisco and Boss, Bones stays up way too late listening to music. Somewhere around like 4:30 in the morning. Eventually kind of just says, no, this is probably how it should be. And he will pull out the revolver. He does the ritual. He falls asleep.
Perfect. After some music and some second guessing of yourself, you eventually do this ritual. And no surprise to you, you don't detect any of those people in the range of lux. I know it's more of a ritual than like an information gathering thing. So Bones, as you guys approach the train station, you are still like kind of bleary and tired, having gotten only about like 4 hours of sleep or so. But you got a train ride to catch up on that lost sleep. You guys each spend 5 marks to get on a train that will take you to Prospect. Prospect.
And I'm going to make sure I have my ticket for getting my back.
Yes, absolutely. You got your like receipt to get your salt back. The rest of you remain in Lux. So you guys sort of look at the train itinerary for the day to make sure you get on the same train later to go to Cherry Falls.
I give Keenan my apartment key, so if I die on this train...
It does bear noting, as you guys are all together at the train station in Lux, making your plans for which train to catch so you all get on the same train when it's all said and done, you find out, they tell you the ticketer there, that the route from, let me move the map down to here, the route from Sapaxi Creek to Cherry Falls is currently closed. They explain that there is a disabled train on the track in Liberty Valley. They kind of give you like by the time you get there, it'll probably be dealt with. These things don't take that long, but just for now, they can only sell you a ticket to Sapaxi Creek and all the way to Cherry Falls, and they tell you like, show me your receipt when you get there, and they'll cover the difference. Blah 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 blah
How
blah
far
blah.
is it?
I was going to say that he was railroading us, but this seems to be the opposite.
You guys are getting on a real train.
Wow.
So
how far is it to Sapaxi? And
to ride all the way from Lux to Sapaxi Creek is 15 marks and will take about 24 hours with a couple of stops.
So how far is it from Sapaxi to Cherry?
From Sapaxi Creek to Cherry Falls takes about 5 hours
by train?
by train. By foot, it would take you weeks.
Weeks.
So we have to help the disabled train.
Are there other means to transport quickly from Sapaxi Creek to Cherry Falls besides train?
Here? No.
Probably not from Sapaxi. If you were trying to, you guys can talk to the train station lady. Yeah, from Sapaxi Creek, you could get on like a river boat that would go down to the coast, and then get on another boat that would take you to Cherry Falls. Cherry Falls is coastal. Sapaxi Creek is not. You could potentially instead stop in Pacanosa and take a boat all the way to Cherry Falls instead of taking the train. It would be a lot more expensive and probably not be faster.
And if we still have a whole day before we even get there, Yeah, you've
got a day to think about it. And the train, the ticketer does say, like, as you guys are kind of talking about options, she does say that, like, it will probably be dealt with by the time you get to Sapaxi Creek. These things don't typically take that long. They just kind of send a section crew out to fix it up and then get it off the track. So.
Is this a common thing for the trains to have issues like this?
She says it's maintenance issues like these. Yeah, they happen. It's not, it's not uncommon. We're still working on developing side-by-side tracks so that one disabled train doesn't shut down a whole international route like that. But
is this something that we should be concerned with our train?
She looks like no. Our trains are kept in the finest working order here at Grand Meridian. The maintenance issues are quite rare.
A nat 20 for insight.
She believes what she's saying. She seems to have great confidence in her company's abilities.
Let's roll another nat 20.
Yeah, she's certainly giving you the salesperson version of this, but you don't get the sense that she's like deceiving you.
And with that, can I persuade you to keep that same role for like asking and do you actually believe this train will be moved by the time we get there?
She says that I wouldn't promise you that. It's not a guarantee. If I was a betting person, I would bet on it. Yeah, they typically resolve these things pretty quickly.
Do you know where it broke down?
That I don't. I don't have all the details. We just got a telegram from Sapaxi Creek that said let people know that route's closed temporarily, and we'll get another telegram when it's open. So we didn't get all the details. Just said maintenance issue.
Well, thank you for the information. I was just curious.
Absolutely. With that, a couple of you guys get on a train to Prospect with plans to pick up your party in Lux. As you guys get on the train and are sort of engaged, and I think this is only like a 2-hour train ride, you guys can have conversations, do whatever. Go ahead, Marble.
Is this just for financial purposes? Is the 5 for there and back, or is it going to be
The
5 there,
is just
5 back?
to Prospect, and then you'll spend a total of 15 more to go through Lux and all the way to Spectre.
Okay, so from Lux, it's the same.
Yeah, it's from Lux and from Prospect, it's the same price.
Okay.
It's so close
Okay,
that
cool,
it doesn't make a price difference.
I have a few things I'll do on the train, but it's mostly just going to be talking with Nessa about stuff.
Yeah,
and then
totally.
maybe if she, depending on how her interest is in the books on like the surface information, I might even just wait until the later train ride, kind of show her the basics of artificing so that she has some skill sets that she can start using.
Sure, yeah. I'd imagine over the course of just this first 2-hour train ride,
It's probably just
she
like-
can easily consume all that time just reading the books you gave
Yeah,
her.
and I'll like point out some stuff.
You do see at one point as you guys are riding through, she like takes a little break from reading and is just looking out the windows of the train, and you see her like doing like math in her head or something. And after a minute, she goes, after doing this for 5-10 minutes, she goes, I don't know if my math is quite right, but I think something like every 90 seconds, I move past more space than I have ever seen in my life.
I'll do a quick math to calculate the speed of the train.
Yeah.
Going
You guys
from
work on a
Lux
little
to-
calculation together. I, Zeke, am not going to do this word problem, but Hallow Hive is 10 miles long.
If a
You
train-
guys are going 60 miles an hour.
If a train leaves Lux at 9 o'clock going 60 miles per hour.
Yeah. you observe that, like, I don't know, everything she has ever seen, the entirety of the religion that drove every decision she's ever made, every person she's ever met, every institution she's ever been aware of, passes by her about every 10 minutes. Just disappears and a new one is there.
It's difficult to comprehend sometimes.
Yeah, it is.
And I then do not mention the ocean to her because I do not want to break this girl.
Meanwhile, Maurice and Bones, you guys up to anything in the train ride or just napping, making up for lost sleep, and waiting to get there? Go ahead, Bones.
Okay, so this is like a 2-hour ride?
Yeah, about 2 hours.
Okay. Bones almost immediately falls asleep before the train even starts going. He just falls
Makes
asleep
sense.
in his seat. And I think when the train starts, he shoots awake, wide-eyed, heart racing, and he just like looks around in a panic.
Yeah.
And the next time that an attendant comes by, he stops them and says, sorry, I know this is very strange. Do you have rooms? Do you have rooms on this train?
I think they're first class cabins. Did you? She looks at your ticket.
Oh no, it is coach.
You can upgrade if you wish to.
I can do that even though the train has already started.
Sure. Yeah. I think we have.
How much does that cost?
It is a 10-mark difference in price.
Yes, if that is okay.
Sure. Has there been any problem?
No, of course not. It would just be nice to have. It would just be nice. I could use a night's sleep for a couple of hours sleep.
Sure.
I can watch over you while you're sleeping if that is what you're worried about. Make sure no one does anything. I actually wanted to ask if we could share the music that you have, but if you want to get to the room, that is fine too.
No, please come with. I would appreciate that.
The two of you get a first class chamber and listen to some music. Bones, I think it is nigh impossible to shake that initial adrenaline jolt that awoke you. It's a poisonous and terrible thought to think of never being able to quite relax on a train again, but I don't know. Did you tell me what's going through Bones' mind?
When he gets to the room and when he lets Maurice go in, he sets the bag down and he motions. You can start setting it up if you're not like the phonograph is in there. I will help in a moment. But he reaches into a different pouch and pulls out small chains and extra padlocks, and he wraps it around the handle of the door. and he locks the default door, and then he adds additional locks to it. He closes the window, he braces it, and he starts doing a lot of things that he has not done for many years. And then eventually, when it is all done, he goes over to the phonograph and he helps Marisco to set it up. And he kind of just looks through a bunch of different songs, trying to figure out which album might be the best.
Yeah.
And he settles on something that is a little calm.
Give me a wisdom check and apply your insight and also your music lore.
Great. 11.
11. I think you find music that calms you a little bit, but nothing that quite shakes you out of your adrenaline jitters enough to quite get back to sleep or fully relax on an 11.
Yeah, he tries to go asleep, and then after another 20, 30 minutes of just tossing and turning, he just kind of says, I don't think this is going to work. I will sleep when we get somewhere stable. Thank you anyway. I appreciate it.
It's no problem. I'm assuming the last bride is on your mind still.
Yeah, I think I had mostly written it off. We jumped straight from that into something far more dramatic. But I think now that I've had a little time to get quiet is when it is sinking in. Sorry, how did you sleep? You drank a lot.
I honestly slept pretty well. I had a dream, though, that woke me up and a little unsettling. I understand.
What kind of dream?
I've been having this dream over and over. This is the 5th time, 6th time? I can't even count anymore. There's this tide pool, and I am very tiny and swimming around, and then this woman appears and she stands over me. This time she reached down for the slug, the one that I read about.
Oh, the memory one, yes.
Yes. I don't know if that has always been there, or if it seeped in out of, the subconscious or whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway, at the end of the dream, she ends up bleeding a lot from her throat, and that is normally why I wake up. Always, pretty much.
It's very unusual. I'm no expert on the matter. You've had this dream many times.
Have I had it more than what we've experienced in GameSeek, or has this been a recurring dream for longer than that?
I'll kind of leave that to you. I think it's been longer than that. I think it has been recurring more frequently. Over the course of this campaign, we've seen it 3 times, which is 3 times in about a month, or I think maybe even a little less than a month. So that is more frequent than it has been before, but I don't think when we first saw it at the start of this campaign was the first time that it had ever happened. I think that you've had this dream at least a number of times before.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I've had this dream before a long time ago, just never this frequent. In the last month or so, it has happened 3 times, and that is a lot. It is usually months apart.
That is a lot. I mean, it could just be dreams. Heavens know, especially if you...
Maybe it is all the travel stressing me out.
Yeah, it could be, or even the neurotoxin. I mean, that is the point. It messes with your mind. But also, we have seen books, and we have talked to people who... Sometimes a dream is not just a dream. We should find somebody who knows something about dreams and dream magic, perhaps. This could be more.
I mean, clearly struggling more than I am at the moment. Is there anything I can do to try to help? I have magic. I can make it smell like something in particular in here. I could... there's no kitchen in this cabin. Marble did give me one, though. I could cook you something small if that would help. I don't know.
I will certainly not say no to food. Can you cook in here?
The door's locked. It would have been tough.
There's a big window. We could open the window and...
What are they going to do? Bust in there and stop you?
If you are confident that you will not burn down this train, I would love something to eat. But truthfully, if you don't... Do you know how to play dominoes?
the game with the dots on the little
Yes,
bricks?
that is the one. It is simple. I can teach you if you don't already know.
Yeah, I have seen it played, but I don't think I have ever actually played it. Yeah, I could do that.
Yeah,
That sounds fun.
I'll teach you. It's quick. It's easy. I used to do it to wind down back in during the war.
You guys spend a little time playing dominoes to kill the last hour of this short little trip as Nessa is reading and Marvel's kind of talking her through surface life. Go ahead, Marvel.
All right, this is kind of important, not important, but kind of relevant because I have this book now. Do you have any lore between the Lake Dawn and Lake Dusk? I love the names of them.
The book that you are reading has a bunch of information about the lakes.
I just wasn't sure
about their
if
history. I haven't fleshed that out yet.
Yeah.
You do know, like broadly, this continent, some of the history that you do find, it is kind of an interest. A lot of the names of this continent are sort of light and sun themed. This nation is called Sol. Its biggest cities are Daybreak, Glint, Lux. These, and even like the Dawnsong River and the Anthelion River are like references to light. You know that somewhere back in the history, and I can get you full details, between sessions here, but the people, like immigrants, essentially, from Presidium, the continent out to the east, migrated here and gave these names to this place. Essentially, the sort of poetry behind it is they were following the sun. They were moving westward the way the sun does and named all these lands after the places that the sun goes. This one, the nation's language is called Solar and the nation is called Sol. Again, Lake Dawn, Lake Dusk.
I think Lux is light in a...
Yes, yep, exactly, yep. That's kind of the naming convention. Same thing with those two lakes.
Glint.
Yeah, exactly. East being dawn and west being dusk.
Green Junction, classic like
that one is fun. But yes, that's kind of the
I love it.
The background lore behind those things. You'd also know, reading through this book, that I'm gonna make a roll for how much this book whitewashes the history. Oh, it's a nat 20. It doesn't. It's a nice book in terms of like giving you accurate history. Not all that dissimilar from the real world.
There were natives here.
Daybreak City was not called Daybreak City. Once upon a time, it was called Matanak. And this place was once disparate peoples that were sort of homogenized a little bit by immigrants in the wake of... Basically what happened is there was a big war going on in Presidium, and then the dragons blew up Nidus, and a whole continent of people were displaced, and there were war refugees, and a bunch of people, like, essentially fleeing their war-torn homes, came to this land, and sort of, there's a big, long history about how the Nation of Sol was founded. It's not... For the record, it's not quite as exploitative and gruesome as the history of, North America is, and South America too, for that matter. It's not quite that exploitative and nasty, but it's, it is still kind of gentrification.
Yeah, and I don't try to hide that history from her, especially since it's
It's the wrong move, buddy.
the wrong move. Like, she literally just came from a place that did that.
Right. As you guys are talking through all that and they're playing dominoes and you guys are reading, you eventually start to see, approaching off in the distance, the city of Prospect. Say city, it's more a town. And eventually get off of your train, and you can see, as you're moving into the town, just massive crowds of Hallowhivians, refugees, leaving Hallowhive because they're taking that free ticket out that they've been offered. The Hallowhive embassy is absolutely goddamn swarmed. Esso is way over his head, dealing with dozens and dozens of people trying to figure out where to go and what to do and what their next steps are. That has really nothing to do with what you guys are doing, but you move past that at least. Marble, no issue at all. You hand your receipt to somebody and get your ether solved.
Oh yeah, I'm
Not an
very
issue.
happy. He's like hugging it.
Yeah, it is all there. No surprises. It's all collected and it's all taken care of just fine. And the other piece of business you guys had here was to try to figure out something about Pablo's body. What's your angle there?
Okay. You go ahead. You sound like you had a plan.
Did I say that I had a plan? Because I had a loose idea of what I wanted to do.
No, I was mostly wishful thinking. I have the ability to turn the corpse invisible. So
I can turn someone invisible.
If you can turn a person... I will not be able to cast the spell and remain invisible. Is that true?
I don't know. I don't have it in front of me.
Spells usually breaks
That is
invisibility.
fair.
It's invisibility, so whatever that is.
Real quick, before you get too far into the conversations, anybody who wants to give me just like a history check. This is just like what would happen to a
Can
body.
we have advantage because we have a book?
That book is more geography. I don't think it's going to be in the weeds. What would happen to the body of a foreigner killed on a train?
23.
23 is very good. Okay, Bones, and it makes some sense that you would have some information on this. Before I answer your question, Cadence, go ahead.
Can I ask a purely meta question?
Yeah, of
Because I'm
course.
not there. Are the like refugees from Hollow Hive like injured? Do they look like whole? How does it look like they had a hard time getting up?
No. As a matter of fact, they look like, as kind of promised, they were given easy access. You know, I think you guys have learned all this at this point.
There was an easy path up.
Yeah,
right?
there is a mine here that truly, it like strip mine style, goes all the way down to the adamantine layer, and then just has like a pulley relay system that takes the rest of the way to Hollow Hive. There is a easy way from the surface to Hollow Hive. Hollow Hive has never let it be used before, and they're allowing it to be used.
Yeah.
So yeah, people have easy access to the surface now.
Curious. I'm not there anyway, but thank you.
You're good. 23 Bones. You know, with a reasonable amount of certainty, what would happen if a foreign citizen tried to kill somebody on a train, was killed in the process, and now we have to deal with their body? Probably what would happen, because burying someone or dealing with a corpse is expensive, is their like next of kin would try to be reached wherever they are and like told like, hey, you need to pay for this body to either have it buried or shipped back to you, whatever you want. That would be the first angle. If that didn't work, if they were for some reason unable to get the body sent back or shipped wherever it goes, it would probably receive essentially what's called a pauper's burial. They would just be put into a mass grave with no headstone and no nothing, just buried in the dirt. From a magical perspective, you know that while all of that coordination was ongoing, while they're waiting to contact next of kin and figure out what to do with this body, it's likely that somebody would have placed it under a gentle repose in order to make it so it doesn't start decaying and going rotten and stuff. It would probably, is somewhere under gentle repose, at least until they figure out what to do with it.
That makes sense.
You probably need to go to like the coroner.
This is a pretty small.
Pretty small town. Yep, you probably need to go to the sheriff's office or whatever and find the coroner.
Okay. I think perhaps maybe we start by just pretending we are there to pick it up. We pretend that one of us is next of kin and that we've been notified, or that we heard the news. They are going to be looking for money. I don't know how much it would. How much would it cost?
It would cost something along the lines of 100 marks to ship this body back home to Chernai.
To ship? How about to just to take the body and go bury it?
You don't know that they will let you, without some good rolls, take the body. If you wish to, if you were to convince them that you're family,
Right.
If you convince them fully that you are family and that you are going to take this body to go be buried, you probably don't have to pay them. You would need to go pay the graveyard and pay somebody to bury them. The cost of doing that would be something along the lines of 5 or 10 marks for just a simple burial in a graveyard with a simple headstone or whatever.
Right.
But yeah, if you prove with some good checks and whatever, forgery or deception or whatever, that you're his family and you're here to take the body, the coroner is not going to charge you for that. It's just they may try to charge you for the gentle reposes.
Right.
Charge you for the magic that they've spent keeping this body.
What were you saying, Mariska?
Do you remember what his husband's name was?
He had a husband?
Yeah.
Huh. That's Marvel, not me.
Oh,
I know
yeah.
he did.
Oh, right.
Marvel has not been privy to this information.
Yeah. No, he had a husband who was killed in the war, and that is why he had the vendetta.
Oh,
And he was close to my height, and yeah.
so you could pretend to be him?
He could.
But potentially, I think he was a knoll, so I would have to just hope that they don't know that.
Yeah.
They will not know.
His husband's name was Esmond Kalashnik. So Esmond is his first name. Same last name as Jules, obviously. Esmond Kalashnik. You're not sure who took whose last name.
We can pretend that I took the last name, that way the voice makes sense.
Are you comfortable lying like that? To an authority? I don't know how privy you are to crime.
I am doing a good thing. It does not matter how I do it.
I like to hear that. That is good news. Well, I will certainly come with you. I can. I'll do my best to fill in gaps. But if we claim that we saw the news and you were here to simply claim the body, I can't imagine that they will throw a fit.
Yeah.
Do you have anything that would help, prove who you are? I don't even know if they would care. I think they simply want the body off their hands. But
I would hope for that. I don't have anything though. Pretty sure he wrote the letter to me. Yes, there's my name. I can't use that. No, I think we just have to lie through our teeth and hope that they don't care.
I am tempted to say that you simply have heard the news. You came in to claim the body. We hope that they simply want to get rid of it. They're not strongly incentivized to hold on to this body, I think, and maybe even something where we can bribe them if they give us any trouble, as long as we present it as not quite a bribe.
A payment for their services of holding on to him or something.
Yeah. Take this, and I will hand him the pistol, which is icy cold to the touch. This at least belonged to him and his family. You can say that it was his. You can use it as proof, I suppose.
Ooh.
Yes.
Ask to see the body. Act like you don't believe it would be him.
That's good. Yes. Yeah. Act like you don't believe the news. If you can feign a little bit of distress when you ID the body.
Yeah, Marisco, fake being distressed.
Yeah, or just be distressed.
I imagine it will be a little distressing.
I imagine that I will too. I say that tongue in cheek.
As you guys both say that, Marble kind of just grabs each of your hands and just gives you a little squeeze.
Yeah. All right. Well, shall we see how this goes? If it doesn't work, then we can try crime.
You guys make your way over to the sheriff's office, police office, and also where the coroner's office would be. Walk in. There's a detective there.
Officer?
Kind of asks what your business is or what it can help you with.
Hello. I am Esmond Kalashnik. There has to be some sort of mistake. I was told that my husband's body has been found here or is here.
His brow kind of furrows a little bit. He says, Kalashnik. Yeah, you're, he's here. We have not had anyone identify the body yet.
I can do that. Surely it is not him. I can clear that now and make the case more difficult for you, but...
Go ahead and give me a deception check, Marisco.
Okay.
Good luck.
That was so close to that 3.
It was a 3 and a 16, 3. Yeah, well, that was that rocking back and forth.
A 20 is a very good roll. He looks, for anyone with like decent passive insight, a little like someone just walked in and said they were the husband of Dirty Pinko Kami who tried to kill a good solar citizen. But nonetheless, it's not his business to get involved in that. You're here to take a problem off his hands. On a 20, he takes you back to the coroner's sort of morgue, to where there is a body under a sheet, without much fanfare or, frankly, consideration for your feelings. Pulls the cloth back, and you see what remains of Pavlo Kalashnik's head, though it was damaged badly by the means of his passing. You see that there are a couple of copper coins. It's kind of a strange thing. There's not a lot of copper coins left in circulation here, but a copper coin sitting over his eyes. His body looks exactly as it did, 9 or 10 days ago. He says, is this Pavlo Kalashnik?
Yes, I believe so.
Excuse me just a moment.
He shows you little sympathy or even patience, as he says, we've kept it under a gentle repose that expires tomorrow, at which point we were moving the body to a pauper's burial. However, it can be released to you if you've identified the body. Do you... Boy, you guys don't have any kind of like paperwork or anything. A 20 deception check is very good. He says, go ahead. He says, do you have any kind of identification?
I have the gun that was passed down in his family. I have that. I'm going to be honest. I did not believe it would be real, and I didn't think to bring anything.
He looks at it and go ahead and roll me. He believes that you are who you say you are, but roll me a persuasion check. This is kind of to convince him to release this body to you without, too much of fuss about the fact that you don't have an ID or anything. 17 is pretty good. This guy seems, frankly, not too attached to this body and kind of ready to, as Bones suspected, get rid of this problem off of his plate. He says, right, well, shipping the corpse back to Chernaya will be expensive. If you would like it buried here, that can be arranged.
We can handle the burial here. Do you know where it was going to be taken for the pauper's burial?
Yes, he kind of gives you an address for a just kind of like mass urban grave where criminals and the homeless and people that don't have someone to pay for them to be buried are buried en masse.
Do I know, is that like next to a proper graveyard, a proper temple?
Probably not.
Okay.
You need to take it to an actual church somewhere for a more proper burial.
Do I know, is there a church somewhere?
Yeah, plenty. Yes.
Perfect.
Yes.
And that was scheduled to be done tomorrow?
Yes.
If the foundation was to make this a little easier, and I'll fish out 15 marks, could you have it delivered instead to this church this afternoon?
Yeah. With the persuasion check already made. This is sure, yes, that can be arranged. He will take your marks and sort of write down the address that you give him. I assume you give him the address of some just First Altruist church somewhere in Prospect. There are several here. There's a Nuvolarian church here as well, but First Altruist would be the one that would bury bodies for the cheapest and charge people the least.
Yeah. Thank you. You've been very helpful. We hope to make restitution for the things that we're trying to make things better moving forward.
He looks at you and kind of furrows the brow a little bit. There's a hint of recognition. You recognize this as the same detective who came and investigated. But he doesn't quite make the connection. He didn't roll very good over here. There's a moment of you look familiar to him, but
We all look the same.
Yeah, to Max, you all look the same.
Love that.
And he seems distracted too by what you're reading as maybe downright animosity towards Morisco. That's fine. But he nonetheless takes your money. He's happy to have the body buried for you. And with that, you've arranged for the body of Pavlo Kalashnik to be buried here in Prospect in a proper grave.
How much would it be to bring it? Because Cherry Falls is supposed to be pretty, right?
So Cherry Falls is Wild West sort of vibes. So yeah, I mean, it's pretty. There's a Grand Canyon-esque place out there, and it depends what your definition of pretty is.
If it is not with his husband, it is not really right or where. I might come and move him again eventually.
Exactly.
I say to get him home to his husband would be about 100 marks.
Right.
We could.
I have thought about it. The money could be better used to help us, but it would put my mind at ease to know that it is dealt with.
Morva will pull out 35 gold?
Yeah.
Or marks?
I will say, Bones, you rolled a 23 on what would be done with a body like this. You know that this guy is perhaps downplaying the level of responsibility that his city has to deal with this body by saying that you need to pay for this outright. You think that it would be a gamble, it could backfire on you, but there's a world where you convince this guy that we'll pay like 50 and the city owes it to pay for the rest of this. I don't know if you want to push that button or not, but you can.
I leave this to Morisco. I agree with you that the thing that would probably have brought him the most peace is to be buried with his husband. But I don't know if that actually truly matters to him. This is about bringing him peace, not you. His peace has already been found and made.
What about you?
What about me?
Your piece?
He's buried. He's not in a pauper's grave. I'm happy.
Yeah, insight check. Is he happy with that?
Give me an
Or
insight check.
I'll do it.
Hell yeah.
I'll do it too. Really bad. Mostly because my glasses are broken. Ooh, it's not good.
I'm usually bad at insight, but 18's not bad.
13.
Any scenario that would have resulted in Bones being happy was exhausted 2.5 years ago. There's no outcome here where Bones is happy. At this point, it doesn't really matter where he's buried. He doesn't care.
I will pay you back, Marvel, if you would let me borrow the 35. I can cover it.
He'll actually then pull out a little bit more. He'll give you 50.
All right. You guys pool a little bit of your money. Obviously, 15 has already been given to him. So whoever, I don't know who paid that initial 15.
That was Bones, so
Okay.
that's 65, so we need an extra 35. I can do that.
Well,
Or I can try to talk them down. Is there somebody I can talk to who isn't this detective?
Give me like an investigation or insight check.
11.
11.
It's not that
Yeah.
important.
You have been in the Nation of Soul and the Proto-Caucasian Union for, I think like 3 years now, maybe. There's a reason why why Pablo got onto that train and used a fake name, pretended not to be Chernayan. It's going to be, war is fresh on people's minds.
Yeah.
Some of these detectives here lost brothers or sisters or fathers in that war. It's going to be hard to find somebody sympathetic to the cause of a Chernayan who, according to the newspapers that they're all reading, tried to murder a war hero. I don't know, 11, you don't find anybody that's going to be more sympathetic to you than this guy.
Understood. How short are we? 35?
Yeah, so I think Marble has given 35, you've given 15, which leaves you guys 50 short, which I think...
No, I said I gave 50.
I'm sorry.
Unless Mark Briscoe wanted to, but then I think Briscoe only needs to give 35. And if
I'll just give the 35 and I can pay Marble back. And Bones back, for that matter, if you would like.
No, I'm fine with what I have paid. If you do 35, we are set.
All right. So Marble shipping in 50, Bones is shipping in 15, Morisco shipping in 35.
That gets us to 100.
Yes.
That gets you to 100. No problem at all. You guys go back in and explain to this guy that you actually want to have him shipped back home, and he makes those arrangements. I assume you give him the address that you have from Pablo's identification that Cadence gave you. Arrangements are made to ship this body overseas back home to Chernaya. All right, you guys make this payment, begin to make your way back towards the train station so you can go reconvene with your friends.
Yep.
On the way back, just a minor little thing, you guys walk once again past this crowd of Halohybians, and Nessa kind of lags behind just a little bit. She's looking at this crowd. She looks at the books that she's carrying. She looks to you, Marble, and says, I'll pay you back for this, okay? And she goes over to where there's a little Thrycreen kid holding their parents' hands in this crowd, looking kind of concerned. And she gets down and takes your little encyclopedia and hands it over to this little child and just says, it'll get less scary. It'll get less scary faster than you think, actually. And just hands a book to this child and then begins to kind of walk back to your group.
I give her a warm smile.
You guys make your way over back to the Prospect train station so you can catch your train to Sapaxi Creek and then the rest of the way to Lux. I'm bleeding you guys dry for money right now. You guys spend another 15 marks apiece to buy tickets to Sapaxi Creek.
I will pay for first class, so I have a cabin.
Okay, that costs 50 marks. However, you can split that cabin. So if 2 people want first class, it's 25 each.
Mariska, would you like to split a cabin?
I can split a cabin, yes. That was nice. I liked that.
Oh, I can't see down here. She's not going to want to pay in coach.
We need a job, you guys.
Wisely.
I have a job. I own a company.
So you guys should be rich as fuck.
Built in
Aren't you?
railroads into this world so he can just actually railroad us. It's great.
I built in DM railroads and charged you to get on them.
Okay. how comfortable with that I am having a sugar mama. I don't know.
First class.
You better get real comfortable.
I was going to share one with you. What?
So look at your face. You're comfortable with it.
The place where you guys are deciding whether to buy first class tickets or coach tickets
Excuse me.
is this little rural train station here in Prospect, where you're standing at the ticketing counter awaiting your tickets. A couple
I'll do.
interesting looking people about. And as you guys step into the train station and are haggling for ticket, not haggling, but looking at the board and buying tickets, we are going to jump away and take a quick little break. So we'll be back in 30 seconds and we'll see you all soon. Bye-bye. Sir. Welcome back, everybody. We left off as our Prospect team had walked into the train station and was buying tickets for a ride to Sapaxi Creek by way of picking up your friends in Lux. Couple like noteworthy and interesting people in here that I'll describe quickly, and then we're going to kind of fast forward a little bit to getting back with the rest of the party, so we are not leaving everybody else hanging for this entire session. But as you guys look around, there's a bunch of nondescript people in hats. The people that stand out the most to you, noted by the ones that I've given unique tokens. There's a mole guy in a top hat and a button-down coat and very nice clothing, who is seated with like wide circle glasses, thin rims on his nose, with a briefcase full of like papers, just kind of rifling through them as you guys walk in. There's a guy that stands out to you, especially Marble. He is wearing like goggles and like has a couple of like arcano mechanical little trinkets along like a belt. He looks like he's working on a little bit of like schematics or something.
Have I seen him
Nope.
in the ring before?
No, nobody you've ever seen before, but he looks like he's doing some sort of tinkering from a distance. Looks like he's on working, not tinkering actively, but drawing some kind of schematic.
Schematic.
There is a, let's see, who else is interesting around here? Outside the window, you can see what seems to be the crew for this train. Three people you've never seen before: the conductor, the engineer, the ether tapper. The conductor is like a goblin that looks a little bit like maybe like 4 feet tall, very pale green, long green ears, and then like very like straight, thin blonde hair falling around the head. There's just kind of a bigger human-looking guy. There's a snake guy with kind of greenish blue scales, one of the ether tappers. And the other ether tapper you recognize is a little goblin, kind of tomboyish-looking girl. And then, let's see, who else is interesting? There's a very pale-skinned tiefling here, like almost snowish white. Colored skin with horns that curl around the back, long straight white hair that goes all the way down to like the small of the back, wearing sort of like form-fitting black robes, has some kind of like holy symbol, like jewel on the forehead, some sort of like piece of jewelry. Morisco, there's a guy that looks not terribly unlike you. There's a tabaxi with kind of like spotted coloring, kind of cheetah-esque, big ears, dressed in like sailor garb. Yeah, serval, thank you.
Yep.
Sailor garb has like the tradition, like the classic sailors, like white shirt and like blue and white striped sort of sash. What is that called? Around the neck. And then the only other people that really stand out here are maybe the ones that stand out the most. A little rock gnome. Looks not unlike Norbu, actually, just a little rock gnome guy.
That water rock.
Or at least he's gnome sized. He looks like maybe he'd be more like pure elemental than gnome. And he is kind of outside, seemingly like not quite chasing, but following after, as if it's like a disobedient toddler. A tiny little water elemental about the size of a human toddler. This water elemental is shaped like a little human toddler as well, like a little bipedal running around, long lanky arms, big head, and big blue eyes. Kind of made all out of water and splashing as it goes, like running around looking for things to play with as this rock gnome kind of babysits it, or this little rock elemental. But after taking, in all these people, you guys buy your tickets. Marble, did you end up going first class or not?
Oh, well, first class is for 2 people.
Correct.
So it'd be smarter for me to just buy a first class ticket instead of buying myself a ticket and her buying a first class.
Yeah, you can explain to the attendant you've got someone getting on in Lux, you'd like to buy one for both of you, and you buy one for both of you.
It's 50?
50, yes. And then,
wait, baby, I got you.
and you guys get on a train, taking you about another 2 hours back towards the city of Lux. Again, you guys have a couple of hours here. I don't know if you want to do anything or if you want to kind of fast forward so that the rest of your party can get back involved. But go ahead.
2 hours?
Yeah, about 2 hours.
I'll probably spend it crafting.
Okay.
And I will take Nessa and kind of show her how to I'll probably take extra time to craft, just to kind of show her how to do sketches and then have her help me start crafting stuff and just kind of teaching her.
Perfect. You find a spot maybe in the cafeteria car to have a table to work on. And you and Nessa kind of work on a little bit of crafting together. You do see that guy in the goggles is in here as well, working on something at his own little table too. There's a surprising amount of artificery happening in here.
Yeah.
Morisco and Bones, you guys head off to your cabin. You do see Business Mole is getting his first class cabin as well.
Excellent.
Lovely. So you begin crafting. What are you working on, or are you just kind of tinkering?
I don't know how. I assume you haven't designed all the items that we've talked about, so I'll just work on
which one you're working on next.
The next one.
Okay,
and I'll
got
let
it.
you know which one it is.
Yep, go ahead and give me a roll.
Get me out of a room not on the end. It makes me uncomfortable for some reason.
yes. Pick any room you want.
It's not very good, which makes a lot of sense, because I'm sure she's asking 1,000 questions. It's only going to be a 17.
17, yeah. Your process is just... I think it means you can spend...
it means I can spend 100, so it actually was second tier.
Cool, yeah. So you can spend 100 marks worth of crafting towards the next thing that you make, and we'll work out what that is between sessions. Your process is just a little bit impeded by the fact that Anessa is asking lots of questions.
And I'm okay.
You're pausing to walk her through things, and that takes some extra time. Lovely. You do clock. He doesn't stop to interrupt you or talk to you, at least for now. But you do see the other guy kind of looks up every once in a while. Is kind of listening to your talking.
Yeah, and I do have my Arcanotech book out, and I'm referencing things in there with her.
But otherwise the first couple hours are relatively uneventful as everyone kind of just gets settled in for the long day of travel. Gets their cargo dealt with and everything. And a couple hours later, you got your train arrives in the city of Lux, and everyone else boards the train, and you guys are once again back together. I will run through the people real quick just for costs. Boss, Cadence, you get there and are handed a ticket. You're taken care of. Patches will buy a first class ticket. He's Patches. I need to write that down on his sheet.
He unlocks the box, grabs a handful of amber, drops it on the table.
For the record, just to go over it, probably while the other 4 are gone is when Diravat gets on the train to Daybreak City. He kind of bids you guys farewell. He says to you, boss, I can't thank you and all of you enough for everything that you've taught me about surface life so far, and I eagerly look forward to seeing you again. I hope one day that perhaps we'll study at the scriptorium together, he says to boss.
This I also hope for.
He eventually gets on a train, headed to Daybreak City, and, perhaps you guys will see each other again one day. Philord comes to you, boss, and just gives you a warm embrace. Let's not let things get quite as eventful this time, old sport. Let's keep it to politicking.
I will try my best. As far as the scriptorium, what are your thoughts? What are your plans?
I have not yet made an appointment, but I'm going to try to speak with the Chief of Staff, and hopefully eventually perhaps make a presentation before the Senate and make some case that the Preocastian Union should take military action to recover the scriptorium. If I don't have luck here, I will go to places closer to the scriptorium, closer to their doorsteps for them to understand me better. Perhaps Esmerese, I believe we discussed maybe meeting each other there. So
I would like these. Also, please keep in mind if you have any news to send it to Pratikar.
I will. Yes, of course.
Pratikar always knows how to find me.
Yes. Yes. I will remember to do that, and I will try to be in touch with you as well if I learn anything on the Chennaian mobilization front.
I do appreciate this old friend. I clasp his arm and take his head.
Yeah.
Put it to mine and just say, "Please stay safe." I believe there are marks on both of us.
You have my word this time. I will not. I've learned to be a little more careful, a little less trusting. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but it is the result of all this. But you take care of yourself, old sport. I sense that you are in more dire straits than I, so take care of yourself and your friends.
You as well.
And he will kind of bid you farewell. And Raoul is coming with you guys. He will get on the train. He'll just buy a regular seat. Nothing first class for him. Jag, while you guys are at the train yard, kind of walks a different direction to go find somebody to talk to about, like, employment.
Yeah, I said I would help him with that, so I will
Yeah.
help get him set up as much as I can.
Yeah, for sure. You at least find, like, the right person to talk to for him and
Yeah.
show him. And he, like, obviously is not one for, like, a sentimental goodbye. There's a kind of pregnant silence in between the two of you, the talk that you gave him, that if he, like, fucked up this second chance, you would come for him. So, he takes that at least seemingly to heart and goes and finds himself gainful employment here in Lux, working in the train yard. And you guys are left as just your party, along with Raoul. Ghost, I presume you're buying just a regular ticket, not first class.
When I see that ghost,
Nah, I ain't buying a ticket at all.
I said,
Oh, right.
when I see that ghost doesn't have any money, Raw Ghost, you want a room or not? Can I get a first class ticket?
If it wouldn't trouble you terribly.
Yeah.
Doesn't even wait for the answer, just buys you a first class ticket. Raoul says, at least let me chip in on it. And he gives you the 15 marks he was going to spend on a regular ticket, so you can just spend 35 if you want to get some first class.
Absolutely. 35, I can do that.
And then boss, finally, are you getting first class or are you just buying like a regular ticket?
Is everybody else like coupled up?
Patches is not coupled up yet. He says, if you want to, I can split a room with you.
Patches would not say that.
If you wanted to.
You can spend a 35, I'll spend a 15.
No, Patches said he already paid for his, but Patches goes into his room and locks it behind him.
That's probably true.
I'm sorry, I feel that's so true.
You know what? You're probably true, and I appreciate
He would never share it.
He sees you looking around for someone to partner up with and does the look you do when someone in school wants to be your partner and you don't want to be their partner.
Yeah.
He, like, looks down to the side and just walks off to his room.
24-hour ride.
Yeah, about 24 hours. Yep.
I'll kick it.
Cool. Just regular 15 mark ticket. Lovely. So with that, you guys bid farewell to the city of Lux. They're reunited.
Did we have a little bit of time before we...
Yes, you absolutely did. And actually, I'm glad you said that because I had one.
4 hours.
Yep, you guys had about 4, maybe 5 hours by the time it's all said and done. So yes, you guys have 5 hours looking at Lux. So if you guys want to do things during that time,
yeah, are the libraries free?
yeah, there's public libraries.
Okay. Boss, Cadence, would either of you be interested in going to the library with me?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Okay.
You guys head over to the public library. Yeah, it's a nice library. It's honestly one of the nicer libraries in the continent, or in the nation, at least. The library of sort of the political capital of this country. Are you looking for anything particular as you're researching here?
Essentially, I just want to have access to some extra maps and stuff because I want to take a look at the notes that we had.
Yes.
And I want some extra reference material to see if that'll help me actually study them effectively.
Yep, so when you first found these notes about the lamp, about its construction and its history and stuff, you were, 2 levels deep into exhaustion, having the shit kicked out of you by a mimic in the worst place you'd ever been in your life again. So you had looked through it very briefly and had found essentially basically what you're looking at is like a bunch of Voxotheorem notation, like, calculus formulas and math and shit. And then on the front of that is just like an abstract explaining what's going on with it. And you read that little abstract and found a little bit of information, but what you haven't done yet is like parsed all the math. So if you wish to, get some textbooks to kind of assist your efforts here, and just make me an Arcana check. You can do so with advantage since you've got the library at your disposal. And you can apply... Actually, I don't think any of your lore applies here.
Damn.
Unless, because you have what? Illusion, Underdark.
Let's see. Yeah, the Xanthian Faith, Illusion, Archaeology, Underdark, and Gaming.
I'm going to give you your lore bonus on some combination of like Xanthian Faith and Underdark. Those are both kind of slants, but it's enough of an overlap that I'll give it to you.
Cool. Then 17.
A 17, okay. You start to read through the actual kind of notation of this thing. You, again, last time discovered that the lamp was created by encasing a willing angel in amber, which would grant the amber light and abjuration against fiends. You learn that the author of this ritual is someone named Rusa Muhami, a name that you do not know, and that this Rusa Muhami was a Thrycreen and was amber touched, and that something about her being amber touched was like part and parcel to why this ritual worked. It was involved in the ritual. As you start to look through the actual math of this, you find some bits of notation that sort of raise the metaphorical hair on the back of your neck. It's an odd thing to experience looking at just like math formulas, but you're deducing little bits of Voxotheorem notation that are only necessary for a spell or a ritual or a piece of magic craft that has a limited duration, a temporary lifespan. And on 17, you're not quite able to find get to the specifics of that lifespan, of that duration, but you realize, with some level of, I presume, trepidation, that the spell, the ritual, this great work of magic that created the lamp, does not last forever. The spell has a duration, and it will end. The angel that is trapped in this amber will no longer be trapped in it. The light will go out. The abjuration will end. You realize with some level of creeping horror that the promises made by the Devorators, the threats, and the things that were taught in those reliefs and the clutch in that ruined settlement, as far as these papers say, at least, are correct. The lamp will fail. The lamp has a temporary duration, and it will not last forever. This is obviously heresy. This is the paramount belief of the Xanthian Church, is that the lamp is forever. And the other bit of information that you find, certainly less dramatic but not unimportant, is that some additional bits of abjuration and enchantment notation, some glyphs and runes that you find. The ritual wards against any kind of spell or magic affecting or divining on the angel that is trapped in the amber. In other words, you couldn't contact this angel with sending or cast a locate creature to find them or anything like that. It wards the angel within the amber from any kind of magic affecting it or divining about it, and then also renders that angel unconscious. So the angel has been, effectively kind of asleep inside the amber since the spell was placed into effect. Go ahead, boss.
I think boss wants to go try to tap these archives to see if he can find any information on a dragon cult or any sort of movement similar to what occurred at the scriptorium against another educational or magical facility, anything to do with any of that.
Okay, cool. I'll come back.
We don't have a whole lot of time. And
you got like 4 or 5 hours. That's plenty of time to do some research.
That's a lot of real.
Yeah, totally. Real quick before I jump to that, one last thing for you guys that I forgot to mention here. Again, you don't get an exact amount of time for this duration, but one more note that you do sort of take as you look through this is that the spell... Many pieces of spellcraft, rituals, and spells remain 100% effective until their duration ends and then stop. They go 100 to 0 instantaneously. Their spell just ends. You find a bizarre way that this spell is crafted, the result of which is that the effects of this will begin to wane as it draws towards the end of its duration. As you're reading it, again, you're like creating a mental image out of math, but you remember your first time in Daybreak City, walking around one day in the dark, when it was dark outside, but there were street lights lighting the streets, and walking by a street lamp that had kind of started to fail. The light bulb had started to go out. And you remember seeing the light bulb kind of like flickering, like blinking in and out as it was beginning to run out of sort of magical power. You scale that observation up to how long the lamp has shone. I think you suspect on a 17 Arcana check, the eclipse was a flicker. It was a flicker of a light bulb beginning to go out.
Great, love that. That's such good news.
I thought you would like that news. That's why I shared it with
Yeah,
you.
it's really great. I'm so glad that I only got a 17 on that. Is there on that 17? Do I feel like there are avenues that could be pursued to extend that duration? Kind of in the same way that, like, if I, cast my tower multiple times, I can make it permanent.
Right. On a 17, you are grasping for ways that could be done, and kind of, there's not an obvious answer to that question. You don't
Right.
You don't think it's impossible. On a 17, your thought is not incorrect. There must be some way to extend this. There are obvious hurdles. One, fundamental to the only reason this ritual worked was the angel's willingness. You have no way to communicate with this angel and say, like, hey, you down to be... It strikes you like the angel agreed to this probably because it had a limited duration. You don't know any of the history for sure, but, like, presumably the angel is expecting to not be trapped in this forever. So obtaining the willingness of an angel that presumably wants out and presumably has no way to contact or communicate with you is a major hurdle. And then even if you had that, there's high level magic craft to be undone here or redone. So to answer your question, on a 17, you're certainly not like, aha, I know how we can extend this. But you do think, like, surely there must be a way.
Right. I at least have enough of a inkling that it is worth kind of pursuing and investigating further.
Yeah, certainly. You know that it would be a great work of magic, like capital G, capital W, great work of magic. This is far beyond what a 9th level wish spell can do. This is a great working of magic, but it is not impossible.
Gotcha.
As you're parsing.
Cool, love that.
Yeah, been sitting on that information since episode 14 or something.
So you just said not even something a 9th level wish spell could do.
No way. So. Way more than a wish spell could do.
So find what you're looking for?
Yes, and it was as unhelpful as I was kind of fearing it would be. There's a lot. There's so much math here. This is an unimaginably complex spell and feat of magic. This could take years to decipher. But unfortunately, I have confirmed that the eclipse was likely a flicker, because the spell is in fact waning, and will eventually, very soon, go out. And then the angel that is inside will be released, and who knows what it will do after that.
How soon is very soon?
I couldn't get I haven't been able to figure out an exact time. I'm working on it, but it's very complicated. I can't imagine more than, at the scale at which it's been functioning, possibly several years, potentially, but also it could be down to a few months.
I see. That's pretty dire.
I will say Ghost on a 17. You think months is underestimating it. You think that you probably have years. So it's not around the corner. If you imagine scaling up the flicker of a light bulb to the duration of the eclipse being like several minutes long as just one little flicker, you probably have more than months. You probably have something measured in years, which, is not imminent. It's not around the corner in like immediate sense. It's still, it's less than a lifetime away, but.
The main concern is that, for me, I think that the lamp going out is not the thing that would destroy Hallow Hive. It is the flickering. If that continues and repeats, the more frequent it gets, the more panic will arise, and the more people will grow agitated. And I think that the city may just destroy itself.
I mean, at least some people are getting out now, right?
Yes. Fortunately, they are all, they're the lucky ones, I suppose. Hopefully, many of them have the sense and are able to start new lives here, fresh.
It sounds like we've got some time, and you've got all the cards. I'm sure you can make a difference.
I hope so.
What would you want to do? Would you want to make the lamp last longer, or get everyone out of there? Or something in between?
Maybe something in between. I suppose people should have the right and the opportunity to spread their wings, metaphorically speaking, or literally in some cases. But also, Hallow Hive, for all of the flaws with some of the hierarchy and social structure, it's a beautiful place, unlike anything that can be found pretty much anywhere else in the world. And for it to just fade so pathetically feels like a great waste.
I hate to be the downer here, but you can kind of find churches anywhere. I know that's not what you're going for, but just an outsider's opinion here. I don't think Hollow Hive, as you know it, is going to survive no matter what you do.
I hope that... I think it would be a terrible waste for it to just fade and become another dark, empty cave filled with bones. It needs to change, certainly, but I think that it can change into something much better than that.
Yeah, well, it seems like it's in good hands. You, Ral, Talania, you guys will figure it out.
Well, currently it's in very bad hands, unfortunately.
Well,
as it seems.
Cadence, you are interrupted mid-conversation by a feeling like you have like water in your ears, like a sort of in your ears, which you know is the precursor to someone contacting you with the sending spell.
Yep.
You can kind of feel a bit of like a warmth emanating off of one of your sending stones. I assume you're kind of keeping them in separate pockets. It's
Yeah.
the one from Solomon Dimitri.
Okay.
You hear his voice in your head. Says, Cadence, just looking for an update on the hunt for Venera. Please advise. Which you can respond to immediately.
Yep. Heading to Cherry Falls today. Shouldn't be any delays getting there from here on out. Follow up when I get there.
It's a bit of a brief pause. And he comes through again. You're just now headed there. You left weeks ago. He sounds... Give me an insight check.
Yeah, 22.
22, okay. Uncharacteristically kind of terse and upset. He says that. He says, you've been gone for weeks. And then he says, please do me a favor and stay on task. You have a job to do.
I've got this, Solomon. When have I ever failed to get the job done?
And there's no response to that. Ghost, you see Cadence look kind of like a little far away for a moment.
Sorry, work call.
Nothing wrong, I hope?
No, just impatience. It is a little odd. Solomon's not usually the impatient type, but... Anyway,
I think something happened in Daybreak.
I doubt it. If something serious had happened, he would have called me back, dropped this whole Venera thing. Think he's just worried about her. I get it.
Hopefully we can track her down.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Track her down and hopefully bring her home.
Meanwhile, boss, go ahead and give me your research check. I'm going to say that you can give me investigation. You can certainly apply academia lore to explore a library for books. Yeah, give me investigation and apply your academia lore.
Nat one. You know what? I'll use my
Okay, yeah, use some inspiration.
I'll use
All right,
inspiration. Yeah. 12 plus 1 plus 3. 16,
I believe.
Yeah.
Okay, 16 is a lot better than that one for 7 or whatever it would have been. You find a few books. Specifically, I think the first thing you probably do, because it's the lowest hanging fruit, is go look up Asipu Rimki, see if you can find the name of this group. And you do, maybe a little bit to your own surprise, thinking that this is like some secret dragon cult or whatever. It's a known organization. You find references. The Asipu Rimki is essentially the name of the priestly order of the rulership of Babylon. Basically, like, I don't know, spiritual advisors or something to the crown, to the royalty of Babylon. So that, Babylon is ruled by a king, and they obviously have a council of people that advise them. And one of the council, and that has been for centuries and centuries, as long as the records go back, has been the Asipu Rimki, which is a group of essentially priests, the priesthood of Babylon. So that's what that group references, and there's various stories of them over the years being engaged in various affairs. They essentially advise the crown of Babylon on spiritual affairs, and when Babylon, for whatever reason, has need of spiritual magic, divine magic, things like that, they turn to the Asipu Rimki for those needs. Looking
Records
for
of militant or espionage tactics, anything of that nature.
16. You do find some historical accounts of the Asipu Rimki being involved in various kind of like military actions and hostilities sort of engaged in by Babylon.
So this isn't like the first time they've become.
It's not
militant.
unprecedented. You don't find anything in the last century or so, we'll say. It doesn't seem like this is something that the Asipu Rimki is always engaged in. But you find a few examples of like the Super Rimki being called on by various rulers of the of Babylon to undertake certain, tasks that require their expertise. One of the main places you find it is back when the Anuvalarian Empire ruled Ocastus, this empire led by angels, and Babylon wanted to overthrow them. They turned heavily to the Super Rimki for assistance in that endeavor. They were like, how do we counter angels? How do we fight angels? So, stuff like that.
So it's not unprecedented to believe that this is besides the fact that they just took back the scriptorium, like, there's a big move.
No, not at all unprecedented. What you would certainly glean on a 16 is that whatever the Super Rimki is doing, certainly, barring any surprises, which there certainly could be surprises, your guess, I will say, on a 16, is that the rulership of Babylon is aware of what the Super Rimki is doing. You highly doubt the Super Rimki is doing what they're doing in secret or unbeknownst to the king. I guess what you find is, like, I don't know what Boss's assumptions were. I'm guessing maybe Boss thought that this was sort of like a fringe group or a cult or something. This is very much an arm of the Babylonian government. This is a part of.
I think that's new.
Yeah, this part of the rulership of Babylon that is engaged in these acts.
Yeah, I believe Boss was believing this to be more of a cult tactic to try to prove some sort of variant worth or whatever,
Right.
but
Yeah.
this seems to be a lot more.
Yeah. No, you suspect that whoever that dragonborn priestess is, who is actually a giant dragon, that they probably speak to and counsel directly the king of Babylon.
And if she's that large and she's not in charge,
Nope, she is a counselor, an advisor.
this is terrifying.
Yeah. If you're interested, just for shits and giggles, you do find some current names of leadership in Babylon. I don't know if these have come up before. Maybe they have, but I'll just pull them up anyway, just because. Nation of Akkad. The current ruler of Babylon is the king Nebuchadnezzar III, who has reigned for about 100 years or so. A little more than 100 years.
Does that line up at all with the last time that they were...
Here you find his predecessor, the Queen Belshazzar, was killed in the Akkadian Civil War, which was around the same time that the scriptorium was originally taken from Akkad by the Union. So, around that same time frame, if I'm not mistaken.
Good notes.
Yeah. So, Nebuchadnezzar III, king of Babylon. So you find that information. Do you have any other specific questions about that group that you could potentially find, or did that kind of answer your question for the most part?
I think that's gonna do it.
Okay.
I think with only 4 to 5 hours, yeah,
not a ton of time. Okay, great. Patches, as you guys finally wrap up your research, and says, "This is fucking boring. Can we get it going?"
Actually, hold on. One last question. What is the oldest mention I have of them?
What a great question. No, I will find. Let me just think about that for a second.
On the 16 too.
Yep, it is a worthy question. I just want to make sure that I get it right. Let me just look up a couple notes real quick.
Can Patches be reading a book called How to Make a Good List of Your Crimes?
Yes. He's actually writing a book called How to Make a Good List of Your Crimes.
That's all backwards.
Just to make sure you write it on the old.
He's trying to sell it to the librarians.
Actually, he's probably just writing movie scripts and trying to sell those, honestly.
Yeah, he's just writing.
True.
He's writing down the plot of the Fast and the Furious Tokyo Drift.
But, like, not very well.
Trying to sell it as a
There's a
novel.
thing called a car.
There's a thing called a car, okay? And it goes very fast. When they drive it into Tokyo, they go to the drift around the corners like a Mario Kart.
If you tap the brakes and then turn the wheel, sometimes you get the back move a little harder than the front. And
You find, in fact, the oldest reference is to the origins of this order when it was originally formed, which was about 250 pre-divinity, so 2150 years ago.
whoa.
They were founded essentially when the dragons were, for lack of a more graceful way of putting this, having trouble putting down the rest of humanity, growing more sapient and connecting themselves to the outer planes more. Essentially, there was an age in this world called the Axial Age, when essentially, for reasons that are not well understood, the outer planes, for the first time, kind of took an interest in this planet and sent angels and fiends and fairies and all the things that reside in the outer planes were like, oh, this is a cool place, let's go fuck with this place. And started essentially seeking the worship of people and forming religions on the planet and stuff like that. Dragons didn't like that very much. They don't like humanoids forming religions and finding reasons to band together and achieve higher sapience and thought. And it was in the dragons' sort of efforts to find a way to suppress humanity's continuing to connect more with sapience and intellectualism and philosophy that they formed the Abusive, an order of sort of divine practitioners whose initial job it was to like explain to us how to stop people from engaging in religion, from engaging in spiritualism and connecting themselves to the afterlife. And that grew into what it currently is. But that's their earliest reference.
Was there any... Okay, that leads me to another very stark question. Is there anything that shows they found a way to dissuade people from finding religion or sapience?
In some cases, yes, to a limited amount of success, because as powerful as the dragons were during that time, there's only so many of them, and they can't rule every inch of the planet. And they were, for the first time in the history of this planet, confronted with creatures as powerful as them. Angels and great devils that are as strong as dragons and can kill a dragon, no problem. So, they confronted some difficulty. You find actually references specifically to Spyrus. The Abusive did work at Spyrus in the earliest days of your continent, essentially trying to dissuade people from the worship of dragons, dissuade people from the worship of fiends and demons, and instead move them towards the worship of dragons. You find the Abusive, part of the region they were formed was to essentially we need to find a way to get people to stop worshiping fiends and worshiping angels and get them to worship us instead. It was a major shift in the way dragons engaged with people, because for many, many, many thousands of years, I don't know how much this is in the book you're reading, but this is maybe an above-table lore dump. For many thousands of years, dragon's sole aim was just suppress humanity, suppress the growth of the civilizations, suppress their achieving of sapience, remain the dominant species on this planet. And then there was kind of a paradigm shift where dragons went, okay, this isn't working. We can't stamp out this fire. Let's turn instead of trying to keep humanoids from growing sapient and thinking philosophically, to worshiping us. Turn that energy to us. We will, instead of being the apex predator of this planet, be the rulers of this planet, and they will follow us willingly. And part of that was forming the Abusive and forming essentially like a church for people to worship. So the
Abusive developed early, but at the same time, fighting other powerful forces.
Extraplanar interests, yeah.
Yeah, good way about that. Did the Abusive turn militant quickly? I think what I'm trying to find out is this more of a philosophical group that has more time spent behind doors speaking to each other, or do they actually militarize themselves pretty quickly?
They have always been activist in one way or another. It hasn't always been military, but they've never just been a group dedicated to philosophy and religion. They've always been, at the end of the day, kind of political actors using religion as... They are actually engaging in real divine magic, but you know that in this world of sympathetic magic, you don't have to be worshipping something to get divine magic. You just have to believe something. They've always engaged, not always in military, though often in military, but they've always engaged in the manipulation of geopolitics.
Yeah. I guess my other secondary question, this is a soft question. Their involvement in spirits, does it have anything to do with Shapit, which is now the Yatana?
You don't find any explicit reference to that. You would guess that based on the very brief references you are finding that could be related somehow, but you don't find an explicit reference to it. Okay. The thing that you do find an explicit reference to, you find long ago that Spyrus, and this may even be news to you, I don't know how far back your knowledge of Spyrus' history go, or less than even yours, how far back the official records in Spyrus of its own history go. You probably know this, you might not. That Spyrus was ruled by a dragon. Her name was Shamaramat. And she was kind of the mother of the idea that birthed the Abusive. She was the first great dragon to say, instead of killing and eradicating people, we should be taking them on as followers. So she was kind of the progenitor of that idea, and she ruled over Spyrus for many hundreds of years. Her name is Shamaramat. So yeah, that's as far back as it goes. You don't find specific reference to Shapit or its fiendish worshipping sort of histories in this text.
Okay.
Lovely. Eventually, you guys realize that the hour is getting close for you guys to make your way to the train station. Patch says, "Fucking finally! I just sold a fucking script while you nerds were up there reading." He didn't sell a script.
Yeah. He did write Bullet Train while he was waiting, though.
That should fun movie.
I pitched a script for a movie called Speed. It's about Keanu Reeves and he gets on a train. It's normally with a bus, but I did it on a train for this script. I don't know about buses in this world.
What about Snowpiercer? Write Snowpiercer next.
You guys board a train. And after you bought your tickets and make your way to your chambers, you guys walk through and see all these same strange characters that your friends have already seen here. And begin your journey across the Ocasian continent, departing first.
Do I get into an artificer battle with the artificer?
100%.
Just full robot fight right there.
Yeah, absolutely. He puts on his robot suit and with that wordlessly comes over you to fight you.
He knows. He
It's
understands.
like Pokemon, yeah.
Yeah. We locked eyes.
Tears the train in twain.
So you guys know that over the next
No, terrorist attack.
Over the next 20 or so hours, you will travel from Lux to Green Junction along the coast through Pacanosa, and then eventually to Sapaxi Creek, which is currently the end of the line for you. Hopefully you get there and find out about that route to Cherry Falls. So in the interim, you guys begin your journey. You guys will arrive. Let me do some math. It's like 1 p.m. So yeah, you guys will arrive in Sapaxi Creek tomorrow around 10 a.m. or so. So you guys have the day to spend here. You guys see some interesting characters. You guys rejoin. Real quick, I know you were being a little facetious there, Marvel, but when the train does stop and Lux and everyone kind of takes a second to stretch their legs and get up and whatever, that guy does come over to you, the Tinkerer guy. He says, "Hey, hope I'm not intruding. I just was kind of overhearing the stuff you were teaching that young lady. That's... Emmett Heath," and he kind of reaches a hand.
Marble Pendleton.
Just getting started on all this stuff myself. I don't really know what I'm doing yet, but I'd love to pick your brain.
Oh, sure. I'll scoot over and make some room.
And he just sits down and starts picking your brain about artificer stuff. He's asking you questions that are kind of basic. He seems like a entry level guy. You explain some stuff to him that you take for granted as being very obvious, and he asks you to explain it again in a way that's
I'm sure Marble is used to having to dumb it way more down for his brothers.
True, yes.
So someone who actually can understand things is probably pretty easy. He's probably knows which part of the book. He's read this book back and forth hundreds of times.
Right. There's a pipeline that goes from you having to dumb something down enough for Top to understand it, Top dumbing it down enough for Yo-Yo to understand it, and then Yo-Yo dumbing it down enough for a client to understand it, to where the product that's pitched in the end is almost unrecognizable from what you've originally said.
Exactly.
So you have to skip the step where you explain it to Top and do the thing Top does explaining to Yo-Yo in order to get this guy to understand.
Okay. What are you going to Cherry Falls for?
Oh, I just, I don't know where you're from. I'm from Daybreak City.
Me too.
Oh, all right. Well, then you know about the whole APSA stuff, and, I just...
I'll, pull out my business card,
I can't really do business there anymore. Not that I do business. I guess I'm more a hobbyist than anything, but, I want to keep being able to do my hobby, and can't do it there anymore, so off to Cherry Falls I go.
May I? I'll point to the schematics.
Yeah, you look over and he's truly just trying to make a watch that will run without clockwork and run on magic itself, which is kind of inefficient and dumb. A regular clock is probably better than a magic clock. But this is a thing that someone does when they first start learning artificery.
I'm not going to give... What's what I was looking for?
Him the time of day.
I'm not going to start giving him advice without being asked. But if you ask, I'll give him some.
Yeah, no, he's eager for your advice. You can tell that he heard you talking to Nessa and was learning from the way you talked to Nessa. I was ooh, I'd like some.
Also, I decided that what I would probably be working on would be the chest of decomposition, based off of a reversal of the chest of preservation, which is a common item. So I don't know how it would.
Yeah, no, this would be. I think if under marks, it's John. I'll get you an exact description and price, but
yeah. So it would pretty much just be deconstructing an item, reversing whatever magic's in it, and then reconstructing it again.
We'll hash out specifics. Obviously, if that turns into something that truly disenchants magic, that's a step further.
No,
than
I
just,
think it would just be like
rotting food.
Yeah.
But if you're just trying to make something that can decompose the elder brain for you,
Like,
so that
what if
can
you
get
just
some-
what if Ghost doesn't want to carry around fleshy skulls anymore?
I
He
get
just
that, yeah.
wants
Brought the flesh off of them and just have a skull left over. I
There
get
we go.
that.
See?
Totally.
But yeah, I'll spend some time. I'll happily spend time talking to this guy. And
Cadence,
helping him.
you get on the train to see Marble is...
when it does stop, I will be hold on, and I will sprint out there to get Cadence. She's gonna buy a ticket,
Absolutely. He is...
and then I'll come back.
He's absolutely nerding out with some middle-aged guy.
Sounds about right.
You see, he's in the
He's
zone.
in his happy place.
Yep.
Yeah. I'll just walk past him.
Make your way back to your
you
room.
need me?
Perfect. The train begins to kind of chug its way to life. You guys get comfortable,
Yeah.
settle into your rooms.
Also, if I haven't completed my crafting session by the time he walks up, I'll let him. He's welcome to join.
Yeah, absolutely. He just kind of, he doesn't necessarily join in terms of like doing anything, but he is happy to just kind of watch you work. He's like taking notes as he watches you work, seeing the way that you do things.
We need more professors in this world.
I love it. What's everybody else doing in these first few, it'll take a couple of hours to get to Green Junction, so a couple of hours of train riding.
Can I teach him about trains?
What's that?
I'm gonna teach him about trains.
Absolutely, he's happy to learn about trains. Yep, you teach him. Nessa also is enthusiastic about
I'm
learning about
I'm
trains.
like an old man.
And you do see that Nessa is also kind of taking notes and trying to learn from you as well. You get the sense that she's not she wants to feel like she doesn't want your hospitality without earning it. So you handed her a business card and promised her a job, and she takes that seriously.
Yeah,
She's like,
yeah.
I will learn how to be useful. I'm not just going to be a freeloader.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's even just understanding the basics of how technology in this world works is just gives you a leg up somewhere. So
Totally, yeah.
I can teach her.
Absolutely. Bones and Morisco, you guys have your room in there. Cadence, as you walk back to your room, you see that there is a guy stepping out of his chambers to stretch his legs. A little mole folk businessman, wire glasses. Just, hello.
Now, here's the thing. How am I supposed to separate myself out of this moment? Okay.
Internal character.
So anyway, she starts slapping the shit out of him.
I thought he said hello. In character, Cadence is like, here's the thing.
How do I separate
will
myself
be-
from this moment in such a mood? Jesus. Oh.
Hello?
He doesn't seem to be striking up a conversation.
Right.
He just says hello.
But the thing
beautiful
is,
day.
I want to talk to him for the next 2 hours.
Beautiful day. I don't know if you've had the food in here yet, but
It
it's delicious.
It's train food.
It is. Hilarious to him. Absolutely fucking hilarious. I think I'll get myself some train food. That's a good one.
Thanks, you can keep it on the house.
Steps through, trips over the doorway, and almost falls directly off the train going between.
Is he holding money on his person?
Perception check.
Not anymore.
Oh, bad. 12.
Who knows? You can see a wallet in his back pocket. You're not sure how fat it is.
Deal with that later.
Ghost, what are you up to? I see you moved yourself up here.
Yeah. First, I just gotta know. Now that you've talked to him, do you like him more or less?
So much more. Are you kidding me?
It's got a dweeb.
I'm just listening in on Marble's, just trying to learn a little bit about, artificing and stuff.
Lovely, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, you listen as well, Marvel. You've got a whole class of.
I'm just teaching. I mean, it's probably taking. It's a lot of demonstration.
Yeah, for sure. A whole little class of fledgling artificers here watching you craft. Beautiful.
I might do some what is it whatever the equivalent in the world this in-world equivalent of a breadboard is.
Yeah, absolutely. Patches heads into his room and
Ether board.
yeah,
Right,
he's a board.
Snowpiercer.
He starts turning this train into Snowpiercer.
Oh, I see.
Okay, the poor people get to the back.
Lovely. Boss, when you initially get on the train, you see that there is a Fourth Elemental guy sitting next to the water elemental. Water elemental keeps doing a thing where it kind of incorporealizes and just spills down onto the floor and then climbs back up on the seat and then does it again and then climbs back up onto the seat and then does it again and then climbs back up onto the seat and then does it again over and over and over again. Somehow it's like it's able to like spill itself and not get the things around it wet. Like everything around it is somehow hydrophobic, or its water is, material phobic, however you want to put it.
Yeah. I'm gonna sit there and just kind of chuckle to myself.
Yeah,
Once again, I think just a sense of brevity
totally.
takes boss away from the troubles of everything else right now.
For sure. Just find somewhere not too far away to sit. You see that this little tiny earth elemental is kind of watching over it like a child.
The little rock gnome guy.
Yeah. And again, I put rock gnome here. You're not quite sure. Actually, give me like a perception or nature check. Your choice.
12.
12. At first glance, this guy looks quite a lot like Norbu, like the little gnome that led you guys through the Underdark. But you look a little bit closer, especially given like you're truly a geomancer. This guy looks, honestly, not dissimilar to the way Rocky looked when we were in our symphony flashback there. Looks like more completely elemental. Norbu had like kind of rocky skin and patches, and sort of his head instead of hair broke off into like shale. But this guy looks like completely made of stone.
Can I get more out of it if I use my passive perception at 20?
Yeah, totally.
Okay.
You on a passive perception of 20, especially given your expertise in geomancy, this you think is not a gnome at all. This is an elemental. This is truly a little rock elemental guy.
Would I know why this little rock elemental would be watching the apparent adolescent water elemental?
You can give me a Arcana check.
I'll take that. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. It's honestly not super duper clear why this would be happening. It's clear you definitely see it acting sort of like protective and almost parental, but more just like it's kind of got a babysitter vibe going on in terms of the way it's behaving. You're not totally sure without speaking to it. It's not. Elementals come in a great sort of spectrum of sort of intelligence and sapience. There's some elementals that are barely more intelligent than animals, essentially, and there's some that are full-ass people. This one strikes you certainly as having the sort of intellect and sapience of a full person. So, all the reasons it could be watching over water elemental, or all the reasons a person could be watching over water elemental. You can imagine many reasons that would be the case.
I will speak up. I think I'll start with Druidic and say hello, friend.
He looks, and the eyebrows kind of raised a little bit. These like rocky eyebrows, surprised to hear the Druidic tongue. He waves, and says, "Hello."
Are you finding your travels fair?
So far, I'm not the biggest fan of trains, but only way to get to the ocean, I'm afraid.
I see you have quite a handful with this one, yes?
It, hearing you speak Druidic also kind of like slides across the floor and comes over to you and just kind of like gets real close, looks at your robes, kind of tugs on them a little bit, looks at you, acting very much just like a little toddler.
I'll hold my hand out just gently to it.
It reaches up and kind of touches your hand. There's like it's an interesting feeling to have like a cold, wet grip, but not like when you pull your hand back, it's not wet anymore.
Right, yeah.
Kind of looks at your hand and kind of grabs it for just a second and then lets go and kind of scurries back over by the rock guy. He says, if that one is bothering you at all, please let me know. I can, probably not too much.
No, it's actually, I find it entertaining. I've had a rough couple days myself, and just seeing his lightheartedness makes me happy. So I hope you don't mind. I know I've been staring a little bit, but I just can't help but chuckle.
It's quite all right. It was easy to be entranced by the carelessness of the very young.
Is he very young?
I believe so, based simply on clues. I've come to calling them Tideling, by the way.
Tideling, I like this.
And I am Doria.
Doria.
He shakes your hand. Says, I am from the... what you would probably refer to it as the Upper Dark, I'm of the Ogtupa people, if you're familiar. Which you know to be the sort of the tribe that Norbu was a part of. He says, I found this one deep underground. It is not where it belongs. He looks down. Says, if you take in the scent of your hand and you kind of reach your hand up and smell it, it smells a little bit like salt water. And he says, this is an ocean spirit. We are nowhere near the ocean. How it came to be underground in a cave, I haven't the slightest clue, but I mean to take it to the ocean where it belongs.
You took this upon yourself.
He nods.
This is quite a noble feat.
I suppose it could be characterized as noble. It seemed the right thing to do.
And how far have you been traveling?
Oh, just from Prospect. Well, I had to get to the surface first, and then from there to Prospect. So only a number of hours.
Well, this seems quite highly suspect. No offense to you personally, just how would we find a ocean elemental underground and need to find a way to return it back to this ocean? It's by itself, nothing else. There's no other potential kin or family associated?
I found none such. I do not know how much intelligence or... I believe it to be a fairly simple creature.
I roll insight to see if you knew any more.
Yeah, give me an insight check.
24.
It's very, very, very good. He seems honest. He doesn't seem like he's hiding information from you. He seems a little kind of like nervous and out of place, which at first, if you rolled a worse insight check, might strike you as like suspicious or something. But he just seems like, for as out of place as this little water toddler is, this guy's just as out of place. He's uncomfortable here too because it's not where he belongs. He belongs in a cave somewhere. He says, if I had the foggiest clue how the ocean spirit came to be in the Underdark, but it was lost and frankly would not have, I don't believe, survived in those fresh waters. It ought to go home. I do not know if it has a family. I do not know if an elemental of its nature has family in the sense that some do. But I believe it belongs with its... Maybe people isn't the right word.
In its element?
In its element, yes.
Where is the destination?
We are just going as far as Pakinosa, to the coast. We will take him to the ocean and see if they wish to go to the ocean. I hope that they do. I have no idea what I will do if we arrive at the ocean and they are not interested in joining it.
Real quick above table, Pakinosa, which is...
Yeah, map.
Help me out.
Pakinosa is located...
Oh, on the way.
Yeah, right on the way. It's going to be one of your 2 stops along the way to Sapaxi Creek. Yeah.
Cool. So then let's hop
Coastal
back to
town.
Yeah. Well, if we were going through Pakinosa and we do plan to surpass Pakinosa, I would be happy to at least assist you to the ocean side if we have enough time between during the stop.
That is very kind, stranger. I'm sorry, I did not ask your name.
My name is Sam.
Sam. Wonderful to meet you, Sam. And you speak the Druidic tongue very well.
Thank you. I grew up in Harsaman.
I have not heard of it, but...
The continent of spirits, quite tall spiders, a lot of rock. You might find it comfortable.
He smiles. The extent of my world consists with the caves where my people live and the occasional visit to the surface. This will be the farthest I've ever traveled. But we do what we must.
Well, sympathies, friend. I will, I do take pity for this young child. I don't understand the story behind it, but I would like to at least see him return to the ocean.
As would I.
And hopefully he takes 2.
He smiles and watches as the tideling kind of gets up to the window and looks out, leaving sort of like watery, the way it like splays its watery fingers across the window, lets the sun like refract kind of strangely through its hands, and it looks kind of fascinated with that, cocking its head back and forth.
You know, I believe I have a friend on this train that would love to meet this tideling. Is that the name?
I've been calling. I have no idea what its name is.
Does it respond to name?
It has started to answer when I call it Tideling in the way that a beast answers if you teach it a name.
I turn to it as a Tideling.
And it kind of looks back for a second, and looks back to the window.
Would you mind if I introduced a friend?
Not at all. Not at all.
Now, actually, do I know where Morisco is?
Yes, I think last time you saw him, he had gone back to his room with Bones. You can kind of make your way back there.
So I'd go back and knock on the door. I believe it's the door that I know is their room.
Yeah. Boss, and I'm sorry, not Boss. Morisco and Bones. Where does Boss find the two of you?
So, presumably back when we got on 2 hours before reuniting.
Yes.
Bones gets in there and he closes. Is it just benches or is it like a proper setup of the whole room?
It's a little bit more than just benches. They're basically like two bunks, one on either side. And there's like enough like space underneath the bunks for like luggage and stuff to be set down there.
Got it.
But yeah, they're like proper bed bunks.
Okay. I think Bones...
And then there's like a little chair next to the window as well.
That makes sense.
Like a little stool.
He gets in and he starts to go through the motion of like digging out a chain and the padlock, and he gets it all into his hands, and then he just kind of takes a deep breath and puts it back in the bag and closes the door. He still locks it, but he seems content enough with that.
Lovely.
And he just goes straight up to the bed. Like he's not making any pretense that he's going to attempt to remain awake any longer. He is so exhausted at this point.
That makes sense.
What does Morisco do? Because I've rolled some dice, but it depends on what Morisco does.
Are you going to bed? That is fine if you are. You said you were tired.
If you don't mind watching or hanging out, if you don't mind staying for a bit, I really did not sleep very much. I could use some.
Yes, I can stay here. That's no problem. Are you going to listen to music up there, or?
We can, if you would like. That is up to you. I sleep well to music.
Is live music better than recorded?
Oh, right. Of course you play. I would love that. I would love that a lot, actually.
Yes, I would love to do that if it would help.
Yeah.
Gives me something to do.
That would be wonderful. Thank you. Yeah, so he climbs up. And at first he just kind of sits up in bed. He doesn't he's waiting to hear the music first.
This first one is actually a Belly Train. I played it for my fiance, and that is what got her convinced to actually try things with me, I guess. Anyway, it just seems relevant, so I can give that one a go.
Sure, certainly. You, in your dream, you said you saw a woman. Was that her?
No. I can show you a picture of Briar if you would like.
Certainly, if you have one.
He will take off the locket that he wears around his neck all the time. He'll pop it open and take a scrap of paper out first, but then toss it up to you.
You see a black and white. I shouldn't even say black and white. It's just a photograph, because that's what photographs look like in this, technology era. A photograph of a knoll. As you see there, beautiful art done by Drake. Kind of a feather adorning the hair, a little bit of makeup, a nice looking like butterfly necklace.
Bones kind of looks it over a few times, and he looks back over to Morisco. She is beautiful. She must be 5 times your size.
Oh.
That is a very good thing. That's wonderful. I just never. In my mind, I think I had an image of somebody quite like you. This is fun. I like this a lot.
It does strike you the size difference between a knoll and this tiny short.
Yeah, I
Morisco.
imagine she can pick you up with a couple of fingers. Actually, just right around the waist. She's very pretty. You've done well.
Yeah, probably. She is very pretty. She is very. Thank you. I thought so as well.
You must be good at that music.
Well, you've heard me, but I did play very well that day. That was one of the first times I remember magic manifesting when I wanted it to. So
you did magic with the music.
Yes, there was part of the song that mentions the ground shaking, and I don't know. I was just able to put on a good performance, good effects, I guess.
The ground shook.
The ground shook. I flew up in the air. It was a whole ordeal.
Is this a safe song for you to be playing on this train? Are there
Yes.
any lines
It
about
won't
trains
do it
derailing?
again. I mean, I've played it many times after that.
I see. Then I mean,
Not to worry you. I will not break the train.
I appreciate that tremendously. That does leave the question: who is the woman you keep seeing in your dreams?
I do not know. She is. I'm Depiction like me. It could be related. I am not sure.
Do you have siblings?
Not that I know of. If I do, they would be out there.
That is a good point. I suppose you wouldn't know. Fascinating. Curious. It would be nice to talk to a non-Iromancer. I'm sure they would be able to answer a lot of these questions. But yes, no, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Please.
No, that's okay. Do you have any siblings? That was one of the first things you asked, so it seems like you might.
I do. I have a brother back home. I think I actually do have a picture around here somewhere. So he fishes out a very old photo. So I drew this in color. It probably would not even be as colored as he did it.
Yeah.
Although
You could color it.
I know it could be.
You can't like colorize photos and
Yeah.
One of the
Well,
first,
it was
one of the first to color films was they would just hand paint. over
Right,
the film.
and it was kind of you get the impression just from the way that he's dressed. You can see that he's standing next to another Tabaxi kid, looks just like him, young, probably in their late teens or so, in just like full military fatigues. It looks like a very formal photo. It looks like it was taken at kind of like an important moment or whatever.
There he is.
See it. Where at?
I'm gonna
No?
post it.
See the one on the right?
Yeah, so he's the one wearing glasses. In the photo, you just see another Tabaxi.
Nerd.
It looks a lot like him. He's a little bit shorter. He's got glasses. They look similar. They look like they are almost exactly the same age. It is. You do see that to the either side. There's an older man and a woman, probably their
Family.
parents. Almost certainly their parents.
Probably.
Friends at home will put the photo of Bones with his family
It'll be in Discord.
In the Discord.
This is Rook. This is Rooktavius, and my mom and dad, Mark and Penny.
Oh, I can see the resemblance. You all look very similar. Very cute.
Yeah, Oh yeah. Well, you will have to pick just one. I'm afraid.
What? Sorry, what was that?
I said you would have to pick just one of us. I'm afraid.
I know how that works. Did you not? I've met twins before.
Yeah. I know. I see how you react to the twins. That's why I'm saying this. Rook and I do. We are good friends, but I don't know if we are that good friends. But no, I don't mean to disappoint. The resemblance is a lot more similar than you and your woman. That was. It is not that stark of a difference.
No, but I can tell. I mean, he's a little bit shorter. He looks a little. He eats more than you do.
A little bit, yeah.
A little bit.
He will like your cook.
And the glasses are a big giveaway. If you put on glasses, though, you might trick me.
Yeah, we were able to fool many people by I would put on his glasses. It worked quite well until I had to read something, and then the jig was up.
It's about this time that you hear Boss coming down the hall. I guess I don't know if you hear Boss, you hear steps coming down the hall.
He's an elephant.
He's got
He's
big
literally an
elephant
elephant.
steps. He's literally an elephant.
He famously says his name with each step.
He's like a Pokemon. Actually, I guess I don't know if you hear. Boss, give me a perception check.
Perception?
Yeah, see if you just hear them talking in the room. You won't make out what they're saying necessarily, but if you hear Morisco talking,
Passive perception of 20?
sure, passive is enough. You don't hear necessarily words, but you hear Morisco's voice and the Bones' voice.
Also, I notoriously have a silent step because of my boots of Elvenkind.
That's true. They definitely don't hear you coming. But
Mine
you
are
hear
better
them
though.
talking in
Mine
the
are
room.
pillows.
You're in prime prank territory. You can absolutely fucking get him right now. You can make the sound of a gunshot and really freak Bones out.
That sounds hilarious.
That sounds so funny.
Kick in the door and shoot him.
You can kick the door in and shoot Bones in the knee.
Don't worry, it's just a
Absolutely
blank.
got it.
Between
It's a
friends.
funny prank that would happen between people that care about each other.
Hilarious prank.
So Boss does this hilarious thing where he walks up and softly raps on the door.
Bones probably does actually startle a little bit, but he will You can climb down. Yeah.
Also announce myself. Is this Morisco and Bones' cabin? I'm sorry if I have the wrong door.
I looked at Morisco.
What? He can know where we're at. That's fine.
Yeah, of course. I'm just up here, and you're down.
Oh, I can get. Yeah, I can get the door.
You open the door, and they're in there.
Ah, Morisco. I met someone that I believe you would love to meet. He is a.
If it's a sailor guy, he's not really my type.
Well, damn, I fucked up.
For once, do not think with your. Follow me if you can. Is this okay? You would very enjoy this.
I am supposed to be watching Bones while he takes a nap. He's just,
Bones, would you like to meet this interesting?
I can come with for a short time.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't want to tell you who he is because I think that the surprise will be enjoyable.
I love surprises on trains.
That's canon. That's canon.
Oh, the three of you make your way past Marble, giving Truly a seminar on.
At this point, I have them like sketching out the thermal cubes so
Yeah.
they can learn how to make them.
For what it's worth, this is the first time you guys have seen Bones since this morning. He looks like death.
Yeah, it's true. He hasn't slept all night.
My
Yeah.
perception is very low.
Yeah, that's fair.
I do not see you.
Also not paying attention at all. Bones, what are the people said? You look like shit.
Yes, I need to sleep at some point.
You want to go to sleep now?
More than anything.
Then why are you with me? Why don't you go to sleep?
This sounds interesting. This sounds fun.
Okay, well, I will also not bother you after this.
You are not a
provide
bother.
minutes.
You are not a bother. I'm enjoying myself. I've done this to myself. I can deal with my own consequences.
You are adult.
I am adult. Yes, I'm an adult. At least on the outside.
Here is my new friend Tidling.
So you step through and see this little rock elemental is watching as this tiny little water toddler has put their feet up on the headrest of the chair and is laying upside down and staring at what the chamber of this train looks like upside down. Looks up in your direction. They kind of splash down to the floor and then sort of reconstitute upright over here.
Dorja, these are Morisco and Bones. Morisco, Bones, is it Dorja?
Yes, Dorja.
Dorja.
Dorja, yes. Tidling slips underneath Boss as a puddle and reconstitutes over by Morisco. Kind of gets up on top of something over here to get up at Morisco's eye level, like kind of bothering this stranger over here, getting on the back of this chair so that it can get up to where its eyes meet with Morisco's eyes, and leans just really close to your face, Morisco, like super, super close.
Did they want to meet me? They're certainly taking a shine to me real quick. He'll back up a little bit, or at least like lean his neck back.
Dorja, looks in your direction and kind of cocks his head. That is strange. I don't, I've never shown that much interest in somebody before. I mean, they're interested in everyone and everything, but that seemed targeted. They get down on the floor and kind of start just, walking around you in circles, looking at you. Eventually they, come over to Bones as well and give him sort of a cursory inspection, and then kind of back over towards Morisco.
He certainly likes what he sees in you, Morisco.
I suppose so. What exactly is he exactly? I don't know if I have aware or familiar.
I wish I knew more than I did. They are an elemental, a spirit of the ocean, of the sea. I found them in the Underdark. I don't know how on earth they came to be there or why, but I'm taking them back to the ocean where they belong.
Huh. Interesting. Well, hello. I might be from near the ocean too. That is the only reason I could think they would be so interested.
Yeah, it just kind of it doesn't do anything, but it just kind of I don't know, seems to gravitate towards you a little bit, Morisco. It starts trying to play with you as if it knows you better than it does. It starts it reaches up for your hand and kind of tugs on it, and then goes and hides somewhere underneath this chair, and then kind of looks out to see if you're looking for it.
Or you want to play? I have some time for that. I have to do other things, but I suppose we are on the train for a long time.
Yeah. It seems enthused by the idea that you would like just essentially play hide and seek with it on this train. Georgia says he seems like relieved to have the attention taken off of him for a moment and placed on someone else.
It's worth mentioning when he's like circling around both of us. As soon as he turns his back to Bones, it kind of sinks in like, oh, this thing is a child. This thing is a toddler, or at least not very intelligent. Is when he finally, when he's not being watched by the elemental, so it doesn't register as interesting and important to him, is when he surreptitiously reaches into the belt patch, grabs the last of the dust of dryness, and tucks it into an inside chest pouch.
Wise. Make sure you don't accidentally destroy this baby.
Yeah, I don't want him like reaching into a pocket and fucking dying.
Smart.
God, the worst
Good idea.
of all time.
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
But then you could release him later as a Pokemon, right?
Can you imagine the kind of DM I would have to be to like, why you weren't watching Bones?
Every time Bones gets on a train.
Every time someone dies.
Yeah.
Well, you were watching, you murdered a baby.
God.
You should have just stayed in your room.
Yeah, I should have just go to sleep.
You guys spend some time up here, just kind of talking with Doria and Tidling, and just kind of hanging out with them. Meanwhile,
Doing the thing you do at hide and seek with children, where you pretend you can't see them standing in the open, and
yes,
Oh,
absolutely.
I just tell them.
It's actually like not all. This one has the ability to like turn into a little puddle of water. It makes it a little harder to find. Give me a perception check to look for Doria for the Tidling while it hides. I'm giving
oh
roll
man, you
stealth
asked the
over here.
wrong person for a perception check. I might actually lose this guy.
You absolutely lost it because I rolled a nat 20 over here for its stealth check.
Nice.
There's really a moment where like nobody can find Tidling, and it gets almost to the point where Doria's like worried. This is about the time the Bones you check really make sure you got that dusty dryness put away.
Oh shit.
I bet he's in somebody's class.
And then somehow Bones, the like leg of your pant feels a little bit wet, and you look down, this thing has turned itself into just like water that's wrapped around like your calf and ankle.
Oh,
It's just like peeking out from underneath the leg of your pants.
there you are. I found you. You've done quite well. You had us all fooled for a long time, Hunter's Mark.
Wise.
Yes.
It splashes out onto the ground, your clothes somehow not wetted by its movements, and goes to find its next spot.
Kids.
This next victim.
Meanwhile,
So,
go ahead.
no, it's Marisco, did you, I know the conversations we've had before, but have you ever met anything or anyone like this Tidling?
No, I don't believe so. We had a lot of people come into the restaurant, but I don't think any elementals did. Big news to me.
He seems keen to you, and I just, I didn't know if you understood why.
Maybe I just have a way with kids despite not having them. I don't know. I was a kid myself for a long time.
Well,
You know
You
how
are-
aging works.
you are quite small as well.
I was a kid once too, yeah. What a
Yeah.
coincidence.
I believe I started
Wow.
as a kid, yes.
Okay, Tidling. It's been fun. I will play with you in a bit, but I have something I need to go do.
All right. You start to wander off, and Tidling just continues to follow you. Doria looks and says, it says just in Druidic, it says, Tidling, and it stops for a second, looks back at him, looks back at you, looks back at him, and then eventually resolves and comes back towards Doria.
We can play more later. It's okay.
It seems disappointed, but nonetheless curls up over here.
That
for a
child
moment.
will remember that.
They will.
Basel stay can like play with the child, even though he's not interested.
Yeah, no, he's definitely like he's interested in anybody that will play with him. He seems to take like a special liking to Morisco for whatever reason, but he will play with anybody.
Boss will hold his trunk down to him.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's going to climb on the not sort him up, but like put him on his trunk and they just kind of like twirl his trunk around.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, like
Kind of slithers a little around your trunk and swing him around a little bit.
Like a little.
I was afraid he was going to go up in there and then.
I would blow him right back out.
Just ground you.
Meanwhile, back in the kind of diner train, Ghost and Emmett, I forgot to put his name on there, and Nessa are receiving their seminar in crafting.
I'm teaching them how to make a thermal cube. It's a common item. I feel like it has some good uses, especially for a creature that is used to being underground where temperature is consistent.
Yeah, they're drinking it up. It seems like even they are like not advanced enough to like get down a full item, but they're getting down the like pieces of foundational.
It's like, these are the tools you need. This is how you would make a schematic and plan out how you're going to do it. Here's how you could, and then I'll
Nice.
Whoa!
Oh, I'm making flawlessly.
Unbelievable. Outstanding.
It is 3-inch cube, so it's like the size of a Rubik's cube. You just make yourself a little Rubik's cube, like a little nerd.
Absolutely. This business mole finishes a sandwich. Finishes a sandwich and a tea, and then goes back to the counter and gets a sandwich and a tea, and brings it back to the table to eat a second sandwich and a second tea.
I love him.
I kind of take a little bit of a break because I'm like understanding, like Marvel's probably starting with some pretty basics for Nessa, and like Ghost has been semi-studying a lot of this, so he's like, okay, I can like step away for a second.
For sure.
And I'm going to grab the sending stone to Noha, and I'm just going to send a quick message to her. It says, too complicated to explain. Theory, lamp waning, additional eclipses to follow over the next year. Contact me if anything happens. We'll continue to research from here.
Lovely. You send this message through to Noha, the head librarian at the Citadel. There's a brief moment of waiting for a response. Then you feel a feeling like, I guess you don't have ears because you're a weird bug guy, but a feeling like your
I have ears.
your vestibular system is has some like watery sort of distant sound to it, and then you hear Noha telepathically in your mind says, alarming. Do keep me in the loop. I will do the same for you. And be safe up there. Lovely. Cadence, you up to anything, or are you just kind of chilling in your room?
I probably chill in my room for a while. I probably practice some of the stuff Boss has been teaching me, like magic-wise. And then after a bit of that, I eventually decide I could use some levity of somebody who thinks that train food is funny. So I just go out to the bar area. I don't like sit at his table or anything.
Coward.
But I just go congregate with the rest of everybody.
Lovely. If you find Marble,
I will look over and how's the train food?
even better the second time around. I meant the train food, but also the joke. I've had 2 plates. I've had 2 sandwiches. You see.
Living large, I see.
Rafferty Garrington, and he kind of reaches up to shake your hand.
Cadence, nice to meet you, Rafferty.
Would you like to have a seat?
You know what?
Go across him.
I think I would.
He has a half-eaten sandwich and a full cup of tea sitting in front of him. He says, well, what's your favorite train food?
I hadn't considered it, but I can tell you it's not a sandwich. It's a bold choice.
You know, I considered that because as a first-class passenger, I'm allowed to get any of the food, but the sandwich just sounded good. It sounded so good that I got another.
I respect the simplicity of it, you know? You know what you want.
You might think that after having one sandwich, I would try something different. But I'm a man who knows what he likes.
I can respect that.
You seem like someone who knows what you like as well.
I certainly do. I don't know what's on the menu on this train specifically. I'm sure I'll find something.
Where do your travels take you?
I'm heading to Cherry Falls.
Oh, I was going to go to Cherry Falls, and then they told me the train's closed.
I'm hoping that changes.
As am I. As am I. I don't like to be late. I like to offer my customers the guarantee.
What do you do?
I'm an accountant. I keep the books.
You're meeting. Where are you based out of? That you're traveling? You're a traveling accountant?
Guaranteed.
Kill him quickly. He's evil.
Oh no, I'm actually from Cherry Falls. I was traveling to Prospect on some business and now headed back home. My business partner works there.
I see. Who's your business partner?
Oh,
You know what?
All right, with the rest of the fun, that sounds like guaranteed.
Enter NPC name here.
he's sworn me to secrecy. He's very
Got an NDA.
You know what? I won't press it any further.
But if you're ever in the need of accounting services, I don't know if you're in business, if you need a mathematician, someone to balance your books,
I am.
like I said, I offer the guarantee.
That's so delightful.
That means that I won't ever lose any of your money.
You won't ever have any of my money, so no problem there.
Oh, well, just wait till you have the sandwich. You might change your mind. It improved my mood.
All right, well, I've had enough of this.
Absolutely unfazed by this. He says, all right, have a nice trip.
Good for him.
That's a swing at every ball situation.
Absolutely.
Speaking of shots that are being missed, can I make a perception check as I pass the sailor to see if he's checking me out or not?
A
Just,
million %, yes. Please give me insight or perception, your choice.
they're both a -1, so it doesn't matter.
Is he checking me out?
17.
I got a 22.
Wow, that's very good for you. He's not being that subtle. Marisco, you got the lowest roll out of Bones into marbling yourself, but even 12 would probably catch it. He's not being I don't know, gross and sleazy about it, but he does
Right.
he does watch when you enter the train, and his eyes, kind of follow you as you walk through. Marble, since you're sitting at that table, you see that as Marisco passes by him, he turns to watch Marisco leave.
Well, I was asking if he was looking at me. If you
No, he's not looking at you, but you do see him turn to watch Marisco leave. And Bones, for that matter, actually, come to think of it.
Thruple.
Wow.
There's a fourth.
Wow.
There's a fourth. He doesn't know it.
But... Who rolled perception there? Were those all inside checks?
There's
I did perception.
Okay.
I did perception. Do they roll perception? Okay.
On the 22 marble, it's kind of appropriate that you rolled the highest. As Bones and Marisco are making way to the other train, you see that
Pulls out a
he
gun.
leans over to the guy that he's sitting next to at this little table that he's been kind of just chatting with, and says, That's it. He just whistles and kind of raises his eyebrow, and the two of them kind of laugh.
Couldn't bring yourself to say something, Zeke. Huh?
I'm trying to notice a trend here. There's a lot of gay cats.
There's a lot of gay cats.
A lot of gay cats.
Yeah, Marisco, you do clock him do the I hate to see you leave, but like to watch you go look. And then kind of probably hear him whistle as the door closes behind you.
Not gross at all.
Not gross. Not gross.
Not gross. This
Not
is
gross.
typical. It's fine.
Totally normal
He's
behavior.
a sailor. That's pretty tame.
Sailors do whistle.
Marisco will,
That's true.
Marisco will grin and roll his eyes, but not act on it. He was just curious.
Yep.
Bones kind of you get that a lot.
Also, neither of you are totally sure that it was all from Marisco. I mean, Bones walked by too.
I was saying, you sure it wasn't for you?
Why would that be for me? Are you kidding me?
I mean, have you seen yourself from behind? Probably not. But
Then I can't say that I have actually. No, that's a new one.
it's a valid point.
Can I cast a spell on this guy?
Which guy?
Oh boy.
The guy that whistled at my friends and sexually harassed them.
Thank you.
Totally. Go for it.
Yeah, can you make a insight?
Sure. He's making an insight check.
Intelligence save.
Intelligence saving throw, you say?
Are you harming this man?
Yeah.
People mind.
He's gonna give him tickles.
14.
Okay. Can I do this spell non-lethally?
Oh, yeah.
God.
I guess I need to know what you're casting, but I think so.
Okay.
power word kill.
He's harming him.
What? To be clear, are you attempting to deal actual damage to this guy?
No, just, just enough to be like, hey, don't be fucking gross.
Yeah, I get it. You're not going
Okay,
for like
okay.
points of combat damage. You're
Yeah,
going
yeah,
for
yeah.
like, ow.
Slap.
Yeah, like give him a mild like migraine.
Yeah, it's like he does this and immediately has a headache on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He does the like whistle at Morisco as he walks by, and then looks over at the guy sitting next to him, and the two kind of start laughing together. And then his head just starts like splitting pain. He goes, "Ow, fuck me!" And it's like rubs his head. Says, "I laughed too hard."
There's the lesson to take away.
Yeah.
Here's a message from the universe, he says to the guy next to him.
And nothing of value was gained.
It's about this time that you guys eventually reach, after going through a forested region, the rolling hills and grassland that eventually lead to Green Junction. I don't think the train even stops here, actually. Yeah, because it stopped in Lux and it's going to stop in Pacanosa. It doesn't stop in Green Junction. You just guys kind of go right through. But it's a little rural town, seated on a river bend, surrounded by vast green grasslands. It's mainly just a little crossroads town that you guys pass through without stopping and continue down the coast towards Pacanosa. Oh wait, I lied. The train does stop here, though it is very brief. As the train reaches Green Junction, you guys know your train said it was not scheduled to stop here, but you nonetheless hear it start to kind of slow. The conductor, who is not a weird bee guy this time.
Everything's fine.
Is he another guy from Bones' List?
No one from Bones' List that you know of. It's this like goblin guy that we saw before, not guy, this goblin woman that we saw before. Kind of walks through, much more kind of like calm and cool and collected and normal than that bee weirdo, and just informs everyone on the train that this is just a quick stop to pick up crew. Everyone, remain in the train. We won't be like deboarding or something.
So we all get off.
So nobody gets off.
Well,
I don't care if you try to or not. You just don't.
Are these?
I spend a spell slot to get off this goddamn train.
You can spin the spell slot and still not get off the train. I've been very clear.
We're being railroaded.
I'm going to straight railroad you right now. And then a short while later, the train truly only stops for like 5 minutes and then gets going once again. There's barely a delay. A couple of new little customers get onto this train.
I hope they have vendettas against Bone for some reason.
Yeah, they're both here to kill Bones.
Oh my god.
There is a little frog guy, maybe
Tiny
like
as Tim.
3'9" or so. He is wearing like overalls and a red polo shirt, and like a newsy cap, kind of. Wearing kind of like round, thin-rimmed glasses, little green frog man. And he's accompanied by a guy who has to like duck to get in the door of the train. A huge, tall Goliath guy. A big, broad-shouldered white guy with big fucking muscles. Also dressed in overalls and a polo. He's got like a big red beard and kind of red wavy hair, and also wearing some glasses. And he's kind of following the frog guy. The frog guy says, "All right, come along now. Let's go have ourselves a snack." And leads the other guy to the back. They make their way to the cafeteria train, and the train starts moving again. Those of you guys back here see these two enter. They step in, and the big giant Goliath guy like wedges himself between the wall here, sitting kind of uncomfortably at a table. As the frog guy goes up to the bar, before he goes up, he says, "Not to worry, I'll order for both of us." Steps up to the bar and orders 2 waters and 2 sandwiches, and then sits down over here. And the two of them get out a bunch of like paperwork, a bunch of like booklets, kind of like in folders, like a bunch of like papers, and start thumbing through them and start talking about essentially engineering, talking about like trains and train maintenance. Essentially, they start chatting about as you guys are continue along your way. Go ahead, Marble.
Okay, well, 2 things. First off, I think that he gets a little bit of a whiplash from turning his head so quickly. He hears engineering talk happen.
Yeah.
Does
You
any of
hear,
does any of it sound interesting?
Yeah.
I
You
mean,
hear-
like, extra interesting. Obviously, it's just interesting to him at all.
You hear the frog guy go, well, and it could be basically anything. I mean, there's a lot of issues that could have been. So we got to get there and have an open mind and bring all of our tools. We got to get that train fixed up and get people along their ways. And the guy says, yeah. So you think it's, and he starts listing off possible issues. And the guy says, well, it's hard to say without looking at the thing. And we're going all third hand here. We'll find out more when we get to Sapaxi. You're able to glean easy enough, Marble. These people are presumably the section crew that's headed to go fix this disabled train.
And we have how long until we get there?
Like 16 more hours till Sapaxi Creek.
We got time. Okay. Because I'm moving on to the next lesson. I'm bringing
Okay.
up the 4 pieces of quartz I have, and I'm going to teach people how to ether tap.
Lovely.
Just-
you do find, obviously Ghost knows, and even Emmett knows how to ether tap. However, Nessa does not, and you kind of start going into those lessons with her teaching you.
Yeah, and I'll probably for this, ether tapping is not just artificial. It's just
No, any spellcaster of any kind.
I might, if Ghost is willing, let him kind of take over, just because it'll probably be a lot easier for him to explain than it will be for me.
potentially.
Oh, definitely would not.
Okay, then
I don't think Ghost has ever ether tapped. Like he's
You have-
never.
Just for the record, you've probably never called it ether tapping. That's not what it's called in Hallow Hive. People like anyone who has ever cast a spell has tapped ether. It's just how magic is done. It's the first step of doing any kind of magic is drawing ether into the material plane. But you probably don't call it ether tapping.
Isn't ether tapping specifically for like charging artificer items though?
No, not at all. Anytime anyone casts a spell or does magic, the first step of that process is to reach into the ethereal plane where the ether is, draw a little bit into the world, and that's called ether tapping. And then the act of spellcraft is turning ether into magical effects. So, and people do this in multitude of different ways. Boss, quote unquote, taps ether by sort of like attunement to nature and so forth, which he would never refer to as ether tapping, but it's just a different name for the same thing, eventually. Getting the ether from the ethereal plane. And even in Hallow Hive, when you learned magic, you learned to do that too. You learned to get ether from the ley lines. You probably had a different name for it, ley siphoning or something, but same idea.
Yeah. I mean, if Ghost isn't comfortable, I'll definitely do it.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Yeah.
I do a terrible job.
I will give you the help action.
Outstanding.
Oh, by turning the book to the right page.
Oh, wrong page. Turn your page. You do an incredible job of teaching it once you're on the correct page.
I started with 3 levels way too advanced.
Yeah, while Ghost is doing this, I want to go ahead and quickly write down the information that they have said so I can double reference it with my book and kind of like, I don't want to say that I don't think these guys can fix it.
Okay.
But if I help it, get fixed a lot faster. So I wanted
Sure.
to compare what they're saying to my book so I can look at the schematics and
So you're going to
understand,
try to essentially...
this is how this thing would be broken. This is how you would fix it. So that when we get there,
make sure.
I can know I'll even bookmark some pages.
So you're kind of essentially trying to eavesdrop and hear what they're saying and take notes on what they're saying, or I guess what I mean, are you being subtle, or do you go hey, can I? You know what I mean?
Oh,
Do you talk to them, or do you just sit close and try to overhear them? It's totally up to you.
are they being loud?
Kind of.
Do I need to eavesdrop?
So I'm using the wrong word when I say eavesdrop. I guess what I'm asking is if you engage them, or if you're just sitting somewhere nearby and taking notes.
I would love to engage them, but I don't know how to talk to people.
Fair. Yeah, the big guy, the Goliath, maybe a little surprisingly, is not as easy to hear. He's kind of soft spoken and quiet. The frog guy is so loud.
Yeah.
So loud.
I guess I'll try to engage him for at least a little bit.
Okay.
Hey, I heard you guys were talking about the train.
Yes, we were, young friend. We're out to Sapaxi Creek, and then from there to fix the disabled train.
Oh, I'm on my way to Cherry Falls.
Well, you only will be if we fix the train.
If you need any help, I'm happy to lend a hand.
We're professionals.
Me too.
Really?
And I love trains.
Let's see the credentials.
I'll pull out my business card, I guess.
That's a business card.
Yes.
I was looking for credentials of being a train mechanic.
Well, not specifically a train command. Fine, I'll pull out my race car thing. I make vehicles.
Fascinating. He looks at it.
I don't want to step on toes. Just I would love to see the inside.
The big guy says, "Yeah, no, I will. I'll take all the help we can get. Flip a seat." The guy looks at him and says, "Oh, all right. Well, you better be ready to learn."
He has the biggest smile on his face. He is so excited.
He sits down and he says, "Well, the truth is that we don't really know what is wrong with the train. We just know that it's on the tracks. So we're just kind of talking about various scenarios that it might hypothetically be. We're sort of pissing into the wind, if I'm being honest, but it's an important thought experiment."
Yeah. Better to have an idea of what you can do and what to look for.
Glad it is. We don't want to just be working blind if we've at least gone through some hypotheticals. Octavius Boone, and he reaches to shake your hand.
Marvel Pendleton.
And the other guy reaches out and says, "Jackal."
Oh, take his hand. So what do you? What information do you have?
In truth, very little. The train got disabled somewhere in Liberty Valley on the 1st, and they sent out a call to us here in Green Junction to send out a section crew. I don't know why they didn't send their own section crew. They have section crews in Sapaxi Creek, but I guess they needed the best, and they know that Octavius Boone is the best. So, off we go. I don't yet know what the issue is. I'm hoping they have more information for us in Sapaxi Creek.
That is weird.
It is. Ordinarily, the train tracks, now you want to write this down, the train tracks have telegram lines that run alongside them, so you can stop at any point and hook a telegram machine up to it and send messages back to the various stations.
Did Marble know this?
Probably. Okay. Give me a history check and apply your Arcanotech lore or your vehicle lore, either one.
Like 25.
Totally, yes, you're absolutely aware of this.
Yeah, every all yards.
Yep, you got it, son. So he says, so ordinarily, if a train's disabled for some maintenance cause, they could just send a message what the problem is and send a section crew out with the parts to fix it. So I don't know why that hasn't been done. And he looks down at his watch. 4 days. We've had plenty of time.
Well, the engineer there should have some idea. So did something happen to them?
He shrugs.
Did the company reach out to you?
Oh yes. Well, we work for the company. He kind of points at the train itself.
It's like the train company.
Yes. He says, "Well, we ordinarily work in Green Junction, and we were called out to this special order, special assignment.
Are there
Evidently, there must be something quite wrong."
Are there any more planned stops between this here at
Pacanosa? There's one more planned stop before there.
Could we send a telegram at
What, to Sapaxi Creek? Well, they know we're coming.
I mean, true. It just seems weird, I guess.
The train is. Well, look at the map here, and
I'll pull out my Arcanotech book and just kind of flip to the train section of just.
He says,
which is probably a little outdated, honestly.
The train is somewhere between Sapaxi Creek and Cherry Falls here in Liberty Valley. We're only going as far as Sapaxi Creek, so when we get to Sapaxi Creek, we can talk to them about what they know about the train. We won't reach the train before we get to where we're going, and then we'll probably have to take a doodlebug out there. To be a little train that like a little maintenance train that takes them out along the tracks.
Could I come with?
Oh heavens! I'm happy to teach you what I can teach you, son. But there's liability issues involved in all that. That's going to be a question for Green Junction, not for me. I just work here.
Okay, And
if I'm being honest, I'm the finest train engineer on the continent, so I don't know as I really need an amateur's help.
Oh no! I just wouldn't. I just want to see.
Oh sure.
Watch your technique.
An avid learner, and I appreciate that. However, there's liability things to consider.
I'm pretty tough.
He looks like you look tough.
Condescending.
Is he lying to me?
Give me an insight check.
My My insight check is not very good. It's 13.
Is he lying to him?
It seems like he comes off with an intent to be kind of like playful and sarcastic, but delivers it too deadpan, where it seems like he was just lying to your face instead of like joking around with you. Either way, it would be a mean-spirited joke, but he doesn't think you look very tough. Is the takeaway from that?
I hope this motherfucker comes to the robot fight.
Right. When this frog got aboard this train, I didn't expect him to be like the heel, right? I was not expecting this tiny frog to be the heel.
I'll sit with them for a little bit longer, maybe like not more than like 5 more minutes.
Okay.
And be like, all right, thank you for your time. I don't want to bother you too much. I'm teaching some people how to artifice.
Oh, well, a teacher as well as a student. That's admirable.
Best way to learn is to teach.
That's what I always say. Isn't that what I always say, Jekyll? And he says, no. What you
That's it. Insight.
Give me an insight check.
20.
It is what he always says, for sure.
Oh shit. And then I'll go back over there. I kind of felt that I kind of a little bit abandoned Ghost. Like, here, teach these kids.
As you stand up and head back over, Rafferty Garrington looks over and says, excuse me? Before you walk over there, I couldn't help but overhear you might be going out to fix a train without proper training. Do you need life insurance? I can offer you the Garrington guarantee.
Go on.
Well, have a seat. Have a seat. Grab a sandwich. They're very good.
I'm gonna look. I look over to Ghost. Does Ghost seem okay?
Marble, you already have life insurance. She's standing right there.
True.
I'll pass.
All right. I can't be too sure about your future.
Sure can't, Rafferty.
You head over. To
I'll go back over there.
Rejoin Ghost as he continues
see how they're
teaching
doing.
his lesson. They're doing good. Like honestly, Emmett is like. He stops every once in a while to just kind of chat with you guys, but he's just like soaking it in. After I'd say like at this point it's been like 3 or 4 hours, and he's like, "Whew, all right, I gotta take a breather. This is a lot. Thank you. This is wonderful. I gotta grab myself maybe a."
Yeah, you did amazing.
Well, thank you. That really means a lot. I didn't take natural to all this stuff, so you're a good teacher.
Thanks.
You too. And he looks at Ghost.
Question.
Thank you. Out of curiosity, what part of Daybreak are you from? Canada?
Yeah, I'm from the Canadian quarter of. Well, no, I'm not from Daybreak originally. I moved there when I was in my teens, but spent most of my life there. The accent, he points at himself, never really goes away though.
I have a question. I know we keep calling it underground robot fighting. When it was in Daybreak, I'm pretty sure it's underground robot fighting. Is it underground robot fighting also in Cherry Falls?
As far as you know, give me, I guess, a history check and apply your artificer's lore.
Like, I don't want to just be like, hey, you want to come to an artificer?
Come to an underground robot fight? Don't come to crime.
But also like,
you come do or witness crime?
Oh no! What would I do?
History and apply your artificer's lore. Artificer's.
The first two.
It's going to be a 18.
18. Okay. You know that Cherry Falls is like touted in Daybreak City, at least, as like a utopia for artificers and crafters because it is a like ultra libertarian sort of government there. Minimum regulations, so you can kind of do whatever the fuck you want out there crafting wise. The short answer: it's not underground there. It's publicly available.
You said you're going to Cherry Falls?
Yeah. Just honestly, I haven't even figured out how I'm going to get my feet yet. Getting away from all the new regulations in Daybreak, and
well, if you're interested, there's a competition.
Really, what kind of competition?
Artificing.
Well,
fight.
I don't think I'm competition ready, but
you could watch.
That sounds great. I'd love to watch.
I'll give him the information I do have.
Yeah. All you know is what you learned from Puck Wexford back in Daybreak City, which was that there's someone there named Daisy Canton that runs like an artificer competition ring to look for.
Okay.
So
yeah, I'm gonna join. If I find out, I can shoot the info.
I'll look forward to it. Yeah, thanks for the heads up. You want anything to drink? He looks at you and Nessa and Marble and heads to the bar to get like a gin and tonic, I think.
Oh,
Yeah, my man.
Oh, yeah.
Grabs drinks for whoever wants one.
I'll take a green tea shot.
Lovely. You guys grab some drinks and kind of take a little break from class to just like chat, chill for a minute. The Tabaxi guy up there, his talking buddy is gone now. He's still kind of like rubbing his head. He steps up to the bar and goes like, "Can I get like a coffee or something? And my head has been hurting." And the bartender grabs him like a cup of coffee. Says, "I can't shake this headache." Gets himself a coffee. Sits down at one of these tables and starts drinking some coffee. Patches passes through at one point and heads up towards the front of the train.
Move, bitch. Move, bitch.
Does it look like he's been snow piercing it the entire way?
He still has papers in his hands that he's working on writing the script for Speed on a train.
I'm gonna get the most expensive food they have because it's included with the first class thing, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Your food is your food and drinks are accounted for in your ticket price. So,
All right. And then whenever the bartender's not looking, I'm gonna give some to Nessa too.
okay, cool. Give me a sleight of hand check.
Oh no.
Give alcohol to this child.
Not alcohol.
Bartender.
Food.
Oh, okay.
Turns out the most expensive thing on this train is a sandwich. Yeah.
It's just a really good. It's a double decker. Oh no. It's like 4.
He charges you for this food, which costs you 1 mark. No, it's actually way less than that. It's I think it's half mark, so it's 5 copper to pay for a meal.
Oh, that's not bad then. Whatever. I'll just give her my whole plate at that point and I'm gonna know the one for myself.
Some time goes on. You guys continue to have these conversations. Rafferty eventually gets up when the room is kind of falling quiet, and as if you guys are all good friends and he needs to announce this, he goes like, "Well, I think I'm going to go take a nap." Everyone in the room looks like, why are you telling us
All right.
this?
Is that a guarantee?
This guy is the assassin.
Have a nice nap, Rafferty.
He makes his way back.
How tall is he?
I don't know, 5 foot or so. He's not super short. He's like dwarf height.
He's tall.
He says, excuse me. I like your shirt, sir," he says to the Tabaxi guy. Thank you.
So easily.
Yeah. If you've ever seen an easy mark. Give me an insight check.
Katie's just like salivating. She's like, I want this. Oh no.
Yeah, only a 10.
10. Such an easy mark. Unbelievably easy mark.
Yeah. It's not always about the mark, it's about the situation.
Perfect Solomon voice.
That was actually
exactly
such a good Solomon.
All right. Time passes. Any up to anything in this like leg of the trip? Anyone do anything particular? You guys just kind of passing the time. Go ahead, Bones.
When we get back, does Mauricio end up playing guitar?
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. We interrupted that scene earlier. Let me come back to you guys.
Yeah. He would play guitar for you. Yep.
Sick. Are you good? Roll dice about it.
Roll dice about
I'm
it.
pretty good.
All his
Let's
strings
see
work.
how good I am.
Ring.
Oh my god.
I am
Hell
really
yeah.
good
Nat
about it.
20. Yeah.
Go the fuck to sleep.
Don't ask me to do something story relevant. I will roll a 20.
Of course. This is story relevant? Oh my god.
I don't know. Maybe.
Bones is absolutely enraptured in it and closes his eyes, and you're pretty sure that he probably falls asleep during at least some of it. But when the song eventually ends, you look over and he's just kind of staring at you.
Bones, in those moments where you are kind of half dozing, or maybe even not dozing, but just like fading in out of consciousness and the out-of-body experience that is getting lost in a song, you would swear that you hear like the crashing of waves and smell the smell of sea salt in your nose, but you're not sure if you're just like starting to dream or if it's
He eventually, when the music ends, does open his eyes and he looks over and he just says, "You are made of magic, are you not? I see how you won her over."
I suppose I am, but not quite like a dragon.
I'm going to be very honest with you, Mauricio. I have about 90 more seconds until I no longer control my own consciousness. But if you would like to stick around, when I wake up, you can tell me what I look like from behind. And I will tell you what happens when you eat a creature made of magic.
Okay.
Bones gives a delirious thumbs up and passes out.
Incredible.
Oh yeah, okay is the
Marisco will keep playing, so maybe you'll get some of it in your sleep.
The day continues to crawl by. You begin to move away from Green Junction through grassland that eventually gives way to wetlands and savannas, dense subtropical forests and mangrove swamps. The train increasingly begins to cross bridges over frequent river deltas that will eventually deposit into the Okasik Ocean. In the few moments of highest elevation terrain, you can just barely catch glimpses of the glittering of the sea off on the distant horizon from the southern windows of the train. The sun slowly begins to set in the coming hours, until by the time the sun has set, or it is mostly set, night is coming. Night is upon you almost. You guys begin to approach Pakanosa. And this is one of your actual sort of like stops here.
I get off.
Great job.
He's been holding it for so long.
Marble, can you craft my bells?
I forgot. Okay, Marvel wouldn't have forgotten. I forgot because it's been like a month and a half.
Right, it's been 6 months.
Yeah. I did not craft the other thing that I said I crafted. Can I have worked on that instead?
Yes, that's totally fine.
I don't know how much it was good at. What do they cost?
So if memory serves, I think all Ghost wants is like some spell components. These aren't like magic items. He just wants like components for spellcasting. Is that correct, Ghost?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So you don't have. You can still do your normal crafting session and just spend some time essentially just tinkering. This is not like actual magic item.
Does it need to be like worth a certain amount of money?
50 marks, yeah.
Yeah. Which I believe you already spent. Maybe?
I already paid, yeah.
Yep. So yeah.
You already have all the materials. Just need the time to craft them.
Okay. What do you want them to look like?
They are 2 different little bells. That have kind of like a little bit of a butterfly kind of pattern, almost like a bell shape, but then it's made of these like butterfly wings that are kind of like folded into that sort of like bell shape.
Ooh, okay. Yeah. He'll after things start to wind down for the end of the day, he'll sit down with you and kind of like sketch out what it's going to look like, and then kind of get to work, get out he's gonna have to heat metal, which is probably not the safest thing to do on a train. But he'll get it done for you.
I love it. You spend a little bit of time crafting these bells for ghost spells.
Thank you.
They look really nice. I rolled a 25 for them.
Hell yeah. And by the time it's right around the time you are finishing those that you start to feel the train sort of churn to a stop as you guys are approaching the coastal town of Pakanosa. And that is where we will go ahead and finish up tonight's session of Spirit and Salt. So we will see you all soon. Thank you so much for watching, and see you next time. Bye-bye.
See you next time. Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye.